Good morning.
Good morning!
Good morning harder than Sumana and I can.
We are so happy to be here, Nicole. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I am having a lovely day. I am watching the birds building nests under my deck. Life is teeming. Things are green. I'm going on vacation in 23 days. I'm good.
I love it. I love it. It's cloudy today a little bit here in Edmonton. I'm so happy to be here. Workplace Wellness, a micro summit, 4 hours, jam packed. It's gonna be so much fun. I am so happy. If you are here watching us live, put your city in the comments. Let us know where you're joining us from. We would love to know where you're joining us from. And Nicole, you are joining us from Toronto. How is Toronto today?
Toronto is also a little bit cloudy. There was some well, I'm just outside of Toronto, so a little bit thunderstormy, but it looks like it's starting to clear up and turn into another beautiful day.
Love it. I love it. I love it. Petra's here. I love it. I already see some comments popping in. Before we get started, I think I'd like to we're going to have Nicole talk a little bit about the layout of the conversation and our agenda. But what I'd love to do is just do a little bit of land acknowledgement because we didn't do it last time, and I want to make sure that we do that. So I'm going to read something here. Please pay attention and let's just do this. So the Workplace Wellness Summit Club would like to begin today by recognizing that we are collectively gathered on traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis across Canada. I join you today from Treaty 6 territory in Edmonton, which is the traditional territory of the Plains Cree, Woodland Cree, Beaver Cree, Blackfoot Métis, and Nakota Sioux peoples. We would also like to acknowledge all First Nations people across the lands in which you join us from today.
So wonderful. Thanks for including that, Sumana. Look at everyone here from everywhere: Georgia, Virginia, BC.
Love it.
Hello, hello. So today we've got 4 hours, four speakers, two panel discussions. I really love the format of this, getting some speakers to talk about their expertise, how it links to wellness, and then getting a panel discussion together to get some experts and talk about how that integrates into our practice, because workplace wellness is not, it's not a course, it's not a it's not a theme, it's not a trend, it's a lifestyle. So you got to practice it every day. You've got to exercise your wellness muscle, literally and figuratively. So I think this is a great way to get into some discussion. Some quick little rules of engagement that I wanted to bring up, and Sumana, please feel free to add any that you have as well. We operate on a kindness and curiosity model here. We want to create a psychologically safe place for everyone to enjoy, ask questions, be curious. So please, 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 we won't be shutting anyone down. We won't be telling anyone that their question is silly. We won't be having any arguments in the chat. No trolls today. If you are feeling a little shy, don't want to ask a question in the chat, feel free to DM me directly in LinkedIn. Happy to share your question anonymously as things move through. Let's be kind and supportive. Please be active in the chat. That's our number one way to engage the audience with the panelists and the speakers. And we are focusing on two main themes today: workplace wellness and equity, and mental health and belonging. Sumana, fill in everything that I missed.
Oh, you did such a good job. Of course, this is a wonderful space for us to continue the conversation from the May summit that we did just 30 days ago. I can't believe it. We did 2 days of conversations, and we had a little bit of a different format on our during our annual summit. We had speakers on one day, panelists the other day, and I got a lot of feedback from a lot of you. And you said, you know what, we want more. We want more learning. We want more discussion. So we brought more people in, some amazing, excellent speakers and panelists from around the world. The only other comment I'd love to add to what Nicole said: be actively engaged. We're going to have lots of opportunity for you to ask some Q&A even at the end. But if you have a question that you want to ask, put it in there, because Nicole is going to be going through those comments and she will be pulling up some really good questions. Of course, feel free to DM her as well if you feel like you want to stay anonymous. I also want to invite you to come to the Toucan networking event that's going to happen at 2:30. So we're going to take a little bit of a wellness break. There is that opportunity for you to do this one-on-one conversation with all the speakers and panelists, so you can get to ask them questions in real time, and you can get to meet them and get to know a little bit more about them in a little bit of a private setting, not here on LinkedIn. And just to also let you know, if you're not watching us on LinkedIn, this event is being live streamed also to YouTube. So if you are a YouTube kind of a person, go over there. The link is on workplacewellnesssummit.club, the LinkedIn link as well as the YouTube link. We will get to see the comments here. And if you are a YouTube user, we'll just have a little circle on your name that'll say YouTube, so we can recognize you from either platform. So really happy to be here. Let's get the party started, Nicole.
Yeah, let's get started. So I am thrilled to introduce our first topic. Unlock your flow, feel whole, happy, and fulfilled in your life. And I am more than honored to present Diane Allen, who I've had the pleasure of having on my podcast. She's absolutely incredible. She is an international speaker. She is a violinist and a recognized expert on the positive psychology of peak performance, known as flow state. Diane discovered the importance of flow in her own career. She's a New York City trained violinist, and she regularly slipped into that flow state and performed her best during concerts. But when she was auditioning to get a job in a symphony orchestra, that flow state eluded her. So, unable to get the fulfilling work she was already qualified for, Diane had to figure out how to get into flow on demand. While flow is known to be elusive, it's her unique approach to solving problems that landed her a spot on the TEDx Naperville stage, as well as features on TED, ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, the Associated Press, the Boston Herald, Authority Magazine, and Thrive Global. That's a lot. Diane's philosophy is that everyone can achieve their highest potential by getting into their flow state. She believes that not only does being in flow bring out the best in each and every one of us, but it's key to living a meaningful and fulfilling life. So get ready to expand your vision, unlock your flow, and be in your genius. With her copper dragon violin, please help me welcome Diane Allen.
When was the last time that you were in your flow state. Have you ever been so immersed in something that you lost complete track of time and you felt one with the activity? Maybe you were cooking or playing tennis or lost in an Excel spreadsheet. How about a brainstorming meeting? Ever have ideas and insights come in from out of the blue? And don't you just love it when things come together with a sense of ease? During these kinds of experiences, you were in flow. Neuroscientists have discovered that in these moments, this cocktail of peak performance hormones are released, creating brainwaves conducive to the flow state. The neocortex amps up dramatically, increasing learning speed. And the prefrontal cortex temporarily shuts down. And this explains why we lose a sense of time and a sense of ourselves, key indicators that we are in the flow state. These are the neurobiological conditions that make creativity and outstanding performance readily available. As a violinist, losing myself by getting into the music has been my answer for everything. I had no idea why, but it's how I overcame obstacles like shyness and audition anxiety. It's how I found fulfillment in my work, and it's how I learned to lead. Without the flow state, I never would have been able to play my best when I was the concertmaster of the Central Oregon Symphony. So, the concertmaster is the lead violinist and second in command to the conductor. And imagine if I was just sitting here going through the motions. What a huge disservice that would be for both the orchestra and the audience. I had no choice. I had to get into the music. Nowadays, I work with organizations worldwide teaching their leaders and teams how to access flow state on demand. It's a process that took me over a decade to discover, but once I figured out the steps, once I used them, I could pretty much get into flow whenever I need it the most. It's like a superpower, and each of you has your own version of it. But the problem is that we don't find ourselves in flow very often. But when you do get there, you're in the middle of a challenge, giving it your undivided attention, and you are rocking your genius. And at some point, you look up and you wonder, where's the time gone? And then you realize you're out of flow and you don't know how to get yourself back into that blissful state. And doesn't it seem like flow is the hardest to get into, especially when you need it the most? Like when you're burned out or doing something outside of your comfort zone, or maybe you just really want to make a great impression. Well, with all of this in mind, you might be wondering, okay, well then, how do musicians get into the music and into their flow state? And most of us, we have a really hard time explaining it. We say things like, I feel it. It's like I'm singing. It just happens to me. And we expect musicians, athletes, yogis to be in flow. We expect artists, writers, and revolutionary scientists to be in flow. Why don't we expect the same with people at the workplace? How many people are just going through the motions? Do you get through your workday and leave drained? Or do you get into your workday and leave energized? Contrary to public opinion, psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, the gentleman who coined the term flow state, he discovered that it's not just for athletes and people in the arts. His research has verified that the majority of people getting into their flow state are going through the business of their day-to-day lives. And here's why. Flow, the entry point to flow, exists at the intersection of skill and challenge, which is something we all experience on a daily basis. For children, it's when play and learning become one. And if we adults would just get over ourselves and lighten up, we could get into it that way too. Now, many of you do get into flow on a daily basis, but you save it for life outside of work. Like it's your reward for getting through the stress of it all. Many of you do get into flow during the workday only to be interrupted by quick questions, arbitrary deadlines, or sick dogs in your house because you ate too much candy. What if you could get into flow on demand? What if it was the answer to increasing the meaning, the joy, and the fulfillment in your daily work? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to be talking about today and what we're going to be having a panel discussion about in just a few minutes here. And, we may think flow, it's esoteric, it's for the elite. It's not true. Being in the flow state, it brings out the best in all of us. So if we're all wired for this optimal kind of thinking, you might be wondering, well, do I just have to sit around and wait for it to happen? Well, I had to ask myself the same question. Now, after I graduated from college, my New York City violin training, and between that and when I got my job as the concertmaster of the Central Oregon Symphony, that was a 10-year span. And when I got the job of my dreams, the struggle to get that job was finally over, and all of my dormant skills just burst alive. And it was so rewarding finally being able to put all of my training and passion to full use. And with hundreds of rock solid performances under my belt, turning on that light switch and tapping into flow, it became routine. Except for this one concert. So I was giving the pre-concert lecture, having a really good time. Turn around, give a big cue for the music to start, and I can't move. My elbows are frozen. And while it's feeling like an hour, it's really only about a minute for me to regain the full use of my arms. But now there's a disconnect. I'm not putting any feeling into the music. It's like I forgot how. Well, that can't ever happen again. My first thought was I was having a transition issue, going from speaking to the audience and playing the violin, but it wasn't. It was really about the shift from out of flow into the flow state. I had to find a way to shift into flow and to be able to do it on purpose. Now, for me, I was having an issue with changing gears, going from one activity to another. But a lack of performing our best is different for everyone. A lack of feeling our best is different for everyone. There are people who choke up when they have to speak during a meeting. There are people who knowingly lower the quality of their work just to get through the heavy workload. And there are people who entered the workforce with dreams of changing the world who are now disappointed with the lack of impact. Now, I don't know what it is for you, but just like my performance fail, a very public one, we people, we can get stuck trying to tap into all of the goodness that's already in there. So that night after the concert, I'm sitting on the couch feeling humiliated, and I am grilling myself with questions. I do get into my flow state in a variety of places. Happens to me the most on stage. But what am I doing? Well, yes, I know I'm playing the violin. That's what I'm doing on the outside. What am I doing on the inside? My friends would say, well, Diane, we're creating the music. And I get that, but I don't know, it's different for me. I feel like I'm sharing, like I'm sharing the message and I'm sharing the experience. Okay. Well, now, what about those concerts when I'm just moved to tears? It's like the flow state on steroids. It always happens at those audience sing-alongs, something about a large group of people coming together through the music. Why? Why is that so meaningful? Unity. That's what touches me to the core. When I couldn't get into the music at that concert, all I was thinking was, just keep moving, just keep moving, just keep moving. I bet if I had known to focus on sharing and creating unity, I could have gotten into the music. Well, there's nothing like the sting of embarrassment to give you a kick in the pants. And after all of this personal self-reflection, it ended up being a good thing. It's how I discovered my flow strategy. Sharing is how I shift into the flow state on purpose. Unity is how I can shift into it with purpose. So the question is, do you have to sit around and wait for a lucky moment to get into your flow state? Not when you can use your flow strategy to tap into your flow, unlock it, and be in your genius. I was giving a workshop on peak performance. And there was a gentleman there who flat out refused to give a status report at their annual company-wide meeting, but his job fills the entire pipeline of the company. He's the land acquisition manager for a real estate developer. So his absence on that annual meeting stage did not help the people who work there to have confidence in what's coming down the pipeline. So it turns out where he gets into the flow state the most is bicycle racing. What he's doing on the outside is he's dressed in spandex, riding a super cool bike. But on the inside, he's selflessly supporting the team as if their lives depended on it. And why? Why it's so meaningful? The team synergy that's created, that's what lights his fire and how he performs his best. And knowing his flow strategy gave him a really good reason to stand in front of 250 people and give the status report. He wanted to support his coworkers and to create that team synergy. So in order for you to figure out your flow strategy, ask yourself, where am I when I get into the flow state the most? What am I doing on the outside and on the inside? And why? Why is it so meaningful? What you do on the inside is how you shift into the flow state on purpose. And why it's so meaningful is how you shift into it with purpose. This is your flow strategy. This is your unique way of connecting what you love to do with your daily work. Understanding your flow strategy and using it as a tool, it's liberating. And by repurposing how you get into flow means you can take your best self with you anywhere. Every one of us is wired for this. Discovering your flow strategy will give you the gift to shift. So you can get into your life like a musician gets into the music on cue. Thank you.
Everybody who's watching, please give us your reactions. Use the reaction clap to give us some claps so that we can feel your energy. And also, please use some of those clap emojis in the chat box so I can see them. Diane can see them. What a wonderful, amazing conversation. I loved every single word, Diane. It was so beautiful. There's a lot to unpack there. But I've been asking people here in the comments. So Matt, do you want to bring up a few comments if you can? I asked a few questions about what does flow state mean to you. We'll bring up a few comments and see where people are from. And while Matt is doing that, I would love to keep Diane on stage because we want to hear more from you, Diane. So please stay on stage. We're going to bring up our two panel members, Beata Souders and Marion Karr. Come up on stage. I'm going to introduce you. We're going to read some of those comments while you guys come up on stage. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Some wonderful guests who are watching the live show from YouTube and from LinkedIn. This was an incredible conversation. So what we're going to do now over the next 35 minutes is we are going to have a panel discussion with every single person here. I have some questions that I've already prepared, and we're going to dive right in. But before I do that, let me introduce our amazing panelists. So first up, we have Beata Souders. She is a peak performance coach from New York City. Her coaching style is grounded in positive psychology. She has clinical research training and uses positive psychology training to optimize workplace wellness, mental health performance, and wellness. I mean, wonderful to have you, Beata. And of course, our Marion Karr. He's been on Workplace Wellness Summit Club as a speaker, as a panelist, as a moderator, as a board member from the very beginning of our journey. So Marion Karr is someone that I am really, I'm inspired by him, and I also really love having him as a panelist. So Marion Karr is a healthcare executive, recruitment and talent acquisition leader. His strengths are in talent management, motivational speaking, as well as coaching. And he has a really cool story that he's going to talk to us about flow theory, because he also is inspired by the creator of flow theory. So we're going to dive right into that. Welcome, everybody. Give us a wave. Say hello. Let's do a little mic check. I want to make sure that I hear everybody. Can everybody just say hello, maybe one at a time? Beata, you can go first. I can't hear you.
I'm sure now you can.
Yes, there you go.
Wonderful to be here. Really wonderful to be a part of this, and wonderful to meet you all, and can't wait to dive in.
Love it. Marion, let's do a mic check with you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm always the one with the mic that doesn't work. So it's a long inside story. I'm doing great. Diane, amazing presentation. And
Thank you.
I was complete. I wrote 2 pages of notes. So that was fantastic. But I'm glad to be here and to talk about flow and talk about Chicks in the Eye. And it's a real personal thing for me. So thank you for being a part of this. And thank you for letting me be a part, Sumana.
I love it. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better panelist, a better speaker. Like, this is just the perfect way to start off our morning. So my very first question is going to be like a really chill one, you guys. Nothing too crazy. I know all of your accomplishments. I know all of your accolades. I know you guys are incredible. Tell me something about yourself that I cannot find on your LinkedIn bio. Diane, you first.
I have skydived twice.
No way! I have skydived once.
My son is a pilot. One of his first jobs was flying for a skydive company, and I was like, "Heck, I got to do this." He's the pilot, and it's interesting because I was able to use all of the techniques that I've used. As a violinist, you're playing a high precision instrument under high pressure. And so in addition to being in flow, which does turn off the fight or flight response, there's other things that I do to also keep the anxiety from, in the hand, like the tiny little quivering hands does not bother most people. But when you're playing the violin, it's a big deal because it could deal with your precision. So I was able to use every tool that I've ever gained to fully be able to be present and be into flow during those 2 skydives.
Oh, that is amazing. I love you even more. Not that I didn't love you before. I am like, this is incredible. We share a skydiving experience. I'll share mine some other time. Beata, tell me something that's not in your LinkedIn bio. Let's hear it.
Well, I guess, everyone of us is a bit of an adventure capitalist, right? I guess some of my flow experiences were, scuba diving. I love dancing. So, but, my perhaps the most, rewarding ways of getting into flow is conversations with my clients, right? When you're so tuned into what is happening that you become completely unaware of anything that goes on around you.
I love that, because deep listening is one of the known ways that people get into flow. And people get into flow in a variety of ways, and it's unique to each person, but there are some things that are general, and deep listening is one of them.
I love that. And Marion, I think I know your answer, but let me hear it from you. Right
I
out of your mouth.
know. I always have a whole lot of answers. So I don't know if it's related to flow, but something that's not on my LinkedIn profile is research, and I've done hobby jobs in addition to my career. And one of my hobby jobs was being a bouncer in a bar for several years, actually. And being a bouncer requires the most amazing conflict resolution skills that you could ever imagine. But while I was doing it, I was completely in flow. So it was a good thing. So I don't list that on my LinkedIn as having a bouncer job, but I was a bouncer.
Love that. Okay, so audience, you're watching us live. You've learned something really cool about all of our speakers on stage. Why don't you put something cool about yourself that's not in your LinkedIn bio? Jared Almond is one of our board members. He always does this on Fridays, where he'll share something really cool that's not in his LinkedIn bio. Put that in the comment. We'll read through them, because I want to get to know you as well, because we're going to get to know each other. We're all a family here. So let's dive into the questions that I want to ask you. This is Workplace Wellness and Equity. This is the first hour of our 4-hour micro summit session. So the question that I'm going to ask you is more related to flow and burnout. And I think this was a question that I got from Diane. What does flow have to do with preventing burnout? So we'll go to Diane first, Beata next, and then Marion third. That's my question to you.
There are so many different things that come into play with regards to burnout. And I can only speak to one of them when it comes to flow, which is when your work is not inspiring you. And so there's an upward spiral that becomes created when you're in flow, where the more you get into it, the more you get out of it, the more you get out of it, the more you get into it. It's called a positive feedback loop. And that's what keeps you personally engaged. So the more I get into the music, the better I play, for example. The better I play, the more I get into the music. So when you are out of flow, and you're having to force yourself to get through the work, and you get into this negative downward spiral. And if you're not being fed back by your own work and by your own inspiration, then that can lead to burnout. I'm just going to take a really quick second. There have been a couple people already who have asked, how do we get into flow at more depth? Obviously, I gave you a way to get into flow, which is the figuring out what your flow strategy is, which we could talk more about later. But interruptions are the number one killer of flow. So getting yourself in an interruption-free zone is vital. The second tip I'll give you right now is give yourself 90 minutes. 90 minutes is a perfect arc of time for you to get into flow. And at the beginning of it, you might feel like you're grappling, you're not into it, but kind of in the middle of it, you do get into that place if you know that you've got that time block. So those are 2 quick tips on how to get into it more depth.
Love it. Love it. 90 minutes. I mean, that's a hot tip right there. And interruption-free zones. I've written those down because I know for me, when I'm in that state of flow, I will just turn my phone on airplane mode, because I don't want to be interrupted, because I'm one of those people that gets very easily interrupted. So I would just put my phone on airplane mode. That's when I know. But I never set a timer for 90 minutes. I'm going to do that. Diane, thank you so much for that tip. So let's talk about that question there. What does flow have to do with preventing burnout? Beata, share with us something from your perspective of what this means to you.
I mean, absolutely. Perhaps first and foremost, I'll share something what is relevant, to, many of those who are looking to experience flow at work. Cal Newport famously said in his seminal book called Deep Work that burnout is not caused by too much work. It is caused by too little work that is meaningful. And I think, the great resignations that we had seen recently is really, truly a global response to that. So, needless to say, that is what we should be pursuing, a work that we would choose to do, right? That we find meaningful. And some of the markers for, what we, find meaningful will be the deep engagement, right? The being able to enter the state of flow at work. And when it comes to the components of flow and, perhaps useful tips for how to enter the state of flow, it is important to mention, some of the very basic components of flow that are required. And this is specifically in situations that have to do with, for example, picking a role that you're potentially considering or the tasks at work, right? And this can also be a perspective of looking at it from the organizational, perspective. So it's clarity of goals, right? It's feedback, matching skills with challenges, environments that support focus, right? It requires that you are present, right? That you are in a present moment, that you have a sense of control and choice. That causes you to be less self-conscious, so not worried about your performance, and that allows you to lose a track of time.
I love all of those components, especially the ones where we're talking about matching skills, because I know that I'm one of those people that did burn out in a job that wasn't meaningful at a time. And maybe you're right. Maybe it wasn't the overload of work. Maybe it was just the quality of work that I was doing. And there was a time in my burnout where I was looking to shift the role a little bit to match my current skills, and the organization wasn't supporting that. They said, no, you need to do what you need to do. This was what you were hired to do, which can be really difficult. We'll talk more about that in the in the later half of this conversation. I'd love to hear from Marion Spears-Karr. What does flow have to do with preventing burnout? Share a little bit about that, and then I do have a few more questions to ask you all.
I think Diana and Beata has really covered a lot of it. But if you look at the flow model, and by the way, I got connected in the flow experience because I was accused of being an adrenaline junkie. I actually was a professional downhill skateboard racer for multiple years, and I wasn't addicted to adrenaline. I was addicted to hyper focus. And someone told me about flow. I read Csikszentmihalyi's book, and then that's where it all started. But if we look at burnout comes from one of two states oftentimes. Sometimes burnout comes when we're in a boredom state, when the skills that we own that we want to use the most are not being utilized. The other side of that is, if you look at the flow model, is we're in a state of anxiety or state of conflict. That's where we are being challenged and we don't own the skills for that situation. We don't have the resources. So when we think about connecting a flow experience, we need to have an awareness of our skills in alignment. There you go. Absolutely. That Venn diagram is absolutely a piece of that. And Diane, I'd love to talk to you later. When I started doing my master's work, I took that Venn diagram and expanded it for my master's to talk about appetite for flow. So we have to have an appetite for it. But so one thing that we can do is start identifying where are the situations we're in a state of anxiety, where are we in the situations where we're in a state of boredom, and how can we get back, as Diane says, back to that flow experience and use the skills that mean the most to us. That at least that's my answer to the question.
Thank you so much, panel. There's a conversation going on in the chat. I love it. I did see a comment from YouTube. Thank you. Whoever's watching from YouTube, I think, let me see here. Belinda, nice to have you from YouTube. So this live stream is being streamed to YouTube as well as on LinkedIn. It's also on my Twitter. So if you guys are on Twitter, you can also watch it. But I think it's just easier to watch it on your desktop on LinkedIn or on YouTube. Okay, let's move into the next question here. My next question is around workplace wellness and equity. So this was a question that I got from Beata. What are the implications of flow in the equity and in equity and workplace wellness, as well as in the space of financial wellness as well? What are we seeing in terms of their Great Resignation, and what do you think happens to individuals who are not in a state of flow, and how is the organization suffering, and how is the individual suffering? I guess I'd love to know the answer from the individual perspective and the workplace level perspective as well, the implications of not being in flow. You can pick one of the two, but that's what I'd love to hear. Diane, you are first.
You know, I don't know if this is really going to answer the question, but it's something that I have observed as a violinist. It's a low-paying job to be a professional musician, and the skill rate is just as high as a brain surgeon. And I play for a living, right? And there's a stigma there that, oh, she should be paid. She shouldn't be paid. She's doing her passion thing, right? And I think my only comment right now is to say, it's time to flip that script. We all need this. We should all love our job. Why not love our job? Why not? That's what's going to feed us. That's what's going to grow the company's bottom line. I mean, like, it's a win-win. And so, when I think of the Great Resignation, it's like flow bridges the gap between employees and employers.
Love that answer. Love that answer. And I think what we're also noticing in the space of people, saying, I've had enough, I'm moving on to a different job, I can't do this anymore, is maybe because we are not feeling fulfilled, because we're not in that state of flow. And if organizations are not providing resources, which is why I feel like we need to have more of these conversations with the CEOs, with the leaders of these organizations, so they can start to support employees so that they can stay in their jobs and they're not resigning, because recruitment and retention costs are really, really high. I'd love to hear from Beata. What are the implications of flow, and what are you noticing maybe from the individual perspective or from the workplace perspective? Love to hear your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest downside of not being able to experience flow at any level is the waste of human potential. I don't know how else, to describe this. Flow is a golden standard for peak performance, for mental wellness. Originally, the theory of flow was a theory of happiness, right? So what it means to lead a life that's worth living, right? So Professor Csikszentmihalyi felt that meaningful engagement was a direct route to happiness, even though if in a state of flow, you're often or not aware of, perhaps feeling happy, because you're basically become one with what you are doing. But you grow into a person that becomes gradually more and more complex, whose life is reflected in meaningful activities and tasks that you engage for the very sake of doing them.
Love that. And Marion, you can just add to that.
I'm just going to add real quick to that.
Absolutely.
Again, following these two, it's like so amazing. So I'm in flow just listening to them. I think from a leadership perspective, when we think about from the lens of DEI and equity, we can't say the flow experience for me is going to be the same for the other person. We have to be open to understand what their flow experience looks like and what their skills are and how they connect. And then as leaders, give them an opportunity to be in that experience. I mean, if you want to create an equitable environment, start understanding from the perspective of the people you're trying to lead. Michael Maccabee really writes a lot about that in Leaders We Need. And that's how, it's a long story. We'll talk about it some other time. But I think in short, as leaders, if you want to build a flow culture within your organization, you have to suspend what your concepts of flow are and understand what the person that you're trying to lead, what flow for them looks like. And to me, that would be the way to create that environment.
Love that. I'm pulling up some comments as well. There's a lot of people just loving this discussion. We saw one from Petra, and she said, "I can really relate to Beata's comment about flow in conversation and connection." We had Sophie's comment earlier that said, "If we can spend millions on those playing football more than we can spend on neurosurgeons, why can't we spend more on those playing violin?" Question mark. Hello. That's a wonderful comment. I love it. And here's another comment here from, let's read this together. If I can show this one from Susan Karr. There you go. Diane hit on an important point. Value in our work needs to come from others as well as ourselves. Recognition from employers, coworkers, and other stakeholders helps us feel fulfilled and valued, a key protecting factor against burnout. Diane, could you speak a little bit to Susan about this comment?
When people are, even though we talk about, okay, the entry point of flow is between skill and challenge, and you're doing something, it's, we're not talking about airy fairy flow state. We're talking about activity-based flow state, right? Peak performance in this case. And so even though we are, doing, and I'm like, I don't know where my thing is, but it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing on the inside? What are you doing on the outside? People actually describe it as being, because you lose all sense of yourself. Like your inner critic is shut down. You are in a state of being. And those ideas and insights are coming in from out of the blue. Things are coming together with the sense of ease. You're in that positive feedback loop. You're experiencing the joy and fulfillment. And when you are recognized for how you are being, that's belonging.
Yes, and we're having the belonging conversation literally right after this one. How perfect is that timing? There's another question right here. I don't know who it's from, but Nicole North pulled it out because she is in the green room, looking at some of the comments. I'll just read sort of the last piece of it, which is, I think, really important to the workplace wellness and burnout conversation. Would love to know from all of the panelists here. The comment is, "Getting into flow is one key way I tap into my intuition, and I can feel great fulfillment with my work. I found when I'm depleted, flow is much harder to realize." So can we talk a little bit about obtaining that sense of flow when our energy levels are depleted? Maybe we'll go this way around. We'll start from Marion, and then we'll go over to Diane. Marion, you can go first.
I think one of the key things is, and I experience this quite a bit. Flow for me is really critical because of some of the challenges I have with my brain injury and memory, and et cetera. When I get to that depleted state, I have to do almost what Diane says. I have to separate myself from all the noise. I think we're not going to get in flow unless we take a step back. And I know sometimes at work that's very difficult to do, but you got to take a break. You have to step back and go, recognize that you're depleted, and just take a step back and say, you know what, I'm going to listen to Diane's playing violin, or I'm going to listen to something music, and I'm just going to step away. Csikszentmihalyi one time, we were in his office, and he started talking about one of his people watching chickens, and just watching a chicken in the yard and focusing on one particular chicken as it went around the yard, and watching everything it is with that. And that person, it just separated a moment from everything else. And then they were able to get back into it. So anyway, sorry for the chicken story, but it's one of my favorites.
I love it. Focus your attention on something that is different. One chicken, like anything that could be. Listen to, go over to YouTube and watch Diane play the violin. Watch a chicken. For me, I'll share this little thing with you. Step back. For me, I'll watch all of the Toy Story movies from the beginning till the end. I think all 4 of them, or I'll watch all the Ice Age movies. That is my way to get my energy back up. I just want to disconnect, so I'll just watch them in series. And I love Toy Story, and I love Ice Age movies as well. Beata, your question.
Talk about tapping into your inner child.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
But something that stuck with me from the beginning of our conversation, something that Diane said, and that's the fact that flow is an inner game, first and foremost, right? So the burnout is something that is best, understood and addressed as something that is very much from from within, right? Because it is our perceptions, right? It is our evaluations, right? Whether we see our skills matched, to the challenge, whether we assign importance to, to see meaning in our work, right? But having said that, basing things like self-care, right, will be an absolutely important component here, right? So self-awareness, self-knowledge, right, will be key, right, to knowing when you operate at your best, right? It also is important, something I come across quite often with many of my clients, is that it's almost as many of them were in denial about the fact that we are finite human beings. Having difficulties with prioritizing true priorities and not understanding that there is no such thing as multitasking. You're just simply switching attention very quickly from one thing to the next. Those are many of the things that contribute to burnout. But flow being an inner game, one also have to realize that some of the distractions come from within. So working in a mental health space, that is exactly what we focus on, right? And what causes anxiety. And, from the workplace perspective, this has everything to do with workplace environments, providing psychological safety, where we can bring all of ourselves to work. You're muted.
I'm muted. I knew I was muted. I said, I love that. Thank you so much. I just want to pull up one comment here, which is from Felipe that Nicole was able to pull up. Felipe says, when you are living in the moment, in the present activity, time seems to fall away. You are tired, but you barely notice. I love that comment. There's so many wonderful questions from the audience. I have my own questions. I don't even think I can ask these questions because the audience has the questions. But Diane, I'm going to go over to you to answer the question about when your energy is depleted and you have a hard time finding flow. What can one do?
Right. So going back, finding flow in different places. I say, where do you get into the flow state the most? Just as a way to get you started, but we all get into flow in a lot of different places. So back to this skill and challenge. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi said that walking is a skill. Okay. Now, how do we make walking a challenge? Literally, okay? If I'm sitting in front of my computer and for some reason I can't write an email, like the simplest thing to do on the planet, right? Houston, we have a problem here, right? Now, I have the luxury of working for myself. So what I will do is I will take a problem for a walk. So I will take the challenge. I will assign a challenge to my walk. So I'll say, okay, I can't write this email. I'm out of flow. It's just not coming out of me. If I don't write it if I force myself to write it, it's going to not be good. I want this email to be good. I'll go take a walk and I'll let my mind drift. I'll make the intention. I need to come back and write this email, and then I will let it go, take the walk. The answer might come, it might not, but it's just one way that you can at least set yourself up to experience it when you do need to take a break.
Yeah, I love that. And it's such a simple activity that we when we have energy depletion, which I know I've experienced having burnt out myself, you can't think. Even the most basic activities become so difficult to do. I remember writing myself like a protocol because I used to work in the laboratory. We had protocols for everything. I would write myself like a little protocol, like an SOS. What do I do when this happens? When my energy level, say I wake up and my energy level is at 2 out of 10, this is what you need to do versus an energy level of 5 out of 10. These are the things that you need to do. Watch Ice Age, or maybe go for a walk, or maybe hit the gym, or go for a yoga class. Every idea or every challenge had a very different solution. So that I think is a really wonderful comment. So thank you, panel, for your wonderful answers to the questions. I'm going to ask you one from my list here, and then we'll head over to some more comments from the audience. Thank you so much for watching. We have about 7 minutes or so left in this discussion. So put your questions in if you want to get in. And if you don't get your questions answered, don't worry. You can meet the speakers in Toucan. I think some of them will be there at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So you can head over there and do a little bit of one-on-one. And also connect with all of them on LinkedIn. Head over to their LinkedIn. Send them a DM. Connect with them. Get to know their content. All of them are posting really awesome content on LinkedIn. So make sure to follow all of them and connect with them. Question here that I want to ask you, most of from my learning as well, is what are the elements of flow at the individual level? I think what we want to know, and I know, Diane, you spoke about an amazing flow strategy that we already have, but say someone who's a complete beginner, and Beata, this was your question, so maybe you can start. Tell me the elements of flow at the individual level. Like, break it down to me, foundational things that I need to learn.
And absolutely, I briefly mentioned this before, right? In order to, to get into flow, you have to know clearly, what the goals of the activity are, right? So, and we're talking on a individual experience level, right? And picking, an activity, let's say a task at work, right? You have to know what the goals of the activity are, right? In order to stay focused, you need to receive continuous feedback, right? As you progress, right? In some cases, the feedback will be provided by the activity itself, right? Often you will know whether you're performing well or not. In other situations, feedback is something that will be provided externally, right? But for the most part, in order to be able to stay in the flow state, the goals for the activity have to be clear. You have to know what's involved, right? There needs to be feedback. The most important component being your skills need to match the challenges, right? So that you can avoid either stress or boredom on either end, right? When your skills are higher than the challenges, you will be bored, right? When you don't have the skills to perform the task, right? You will be stressed, right? And anxious. You have to be able to maintain concentration and focus, right? Distractions will prevent you from being able to get into flow. You need to be able to operate in the present moment, right? Because that's all there is in order for you to become one with what you're doing. So when you think about, what ideal state looks like, you and what you're doing are one. Like Diane, when she's, playing, violin. Marion, for example, when he's, doing extreme sports, right? Or, doing one of his wonderful talks on LinkedIn. Absolutely. So what that actually produces, those basic components allow you to forget your sense of self, right? So you are not worried about how you're performing, right? Because the activity itself provides the feedback. Csikszentmihalyi referred to this as unself-conscious self-assurance, right? Which, when you think about it, is a sense of autonomy and mastery, which are our basic psychological needs. That's what you experience in a state of flow, right? So that is what flow enables. You're not worried about yourself. You're not thinking about your problems, your to-do list, right? And you lose a sense of time, right? But there are some very important components, that being clarity. You need to be able to center. This activity has to be freely chosen. This can't be something that you are forced to do. You have to be committed, and you have to love challenge.
Love that. Oh my God. So many amazing points. We only have about 2 minutes. I've written everything down. I want to keep talking, but I know we're running out of time. I want to run over to this question right here that is on the screen. Who wants to answer this question, or who knows? Marion, can you talk a little bit about quick coherence?
I don't have a perspective on it. I don't.
Diane, do you do? Okay. Let's hear from Diane.
I'm not sure if this is, I don't know what quick coherence is referring to, but I know the heart math meditation, which I use all the time, which is put your hands on your heart, breathe as if your heart is a third lung, and there's more to it. But earlier we were talking about a variety of things. How do you get into flow when you're burned out yourself? and you just can't get there. Part of the HeartMath Institute explains that our energy reaches out 15 feet all around us. And so when we are in flow, all the people in that circle become influenced by that. And that explains why it's contagious. So this is why it was so vital for me. I can't figure out where I am here. If I was out of flow, then it's a huge disservice. By me being in flow, the 15-foot circle around me, all the people around me are now going to get into their flow state, whether they're trying to or not. And then they have their 15-foot circles. And this just blossoms. This is why the audience gets into flow listening. So that's why if you're really burned out and out of flow, just being in the presence of other people in flow, that will feed you and start getting you back and getting you back to that place right here.
Love that. Love it. We're running out of time. I'm just going to ask the panel one question. So give me one sentence answer for this final question. And then we're going to exit the stage. We're going to bring the new set of speakers in, and we are going to start the mental health and belonging piece. My one question in one sentence is, what can employers do today to get employees in a state of flow? We can go to Marion first.
Take the time to ask them what a flow state looks like for them, their employees. They need to know where they're coming from. So just ask the question, what does flow look like for you, and explain it. And then start from there and create an environment that can support that. So.
Love that. Beata.
Absolutely. And the best place to start is to become a strength-based organization where everyone is aware of what their talents and their strengths are. Because in order to be able to reach that wonderful intersection of skills and challenge, right, you want to be applying your strengths, because that's often where the flow state is hiding.
Yes, strength-based. Ask the question. Diane, what can employers do today to get employees into flow state?
Manager training. It works twofold. Teach them how to get into their flow state so that they can influence others just by their own energy, but then give them this tool so that they can walk their employees through figuring out their flow strategies.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, panel. A big round of applause. Again, audience, please give us your reactions. Please give us some of those emojis. If you love the discussion, connect with all of our panel members and our speakers. There's going to be 3 more hours. We're going to move into our second hour. I'm going to thank Diane. Thank you, Beata. Thank you, Marion. We're going to exit the stage here. So please wave bye-bye to everybody. And you can hop over to LinkedIn and continue chatting with and commenting to some of the questions that you've seen. So we're gonna move you off of stage. Matt, if you don't mind doing that, just say bye, everybody. Awesome. And we're gonna bring Nicole. Oh no, I think Marion stays up here. He's moderating the next section. I'm gonna leave, so I will see you in about 2 hours. Bye, everyone.
Hello, Marion.
Hey, Nicole. Glad to be with you. You're running the show. I'm the backup plan for this next section.
I see. Well, I'm thrilled that you are here. I am thrilled that we get to hear your voice, despite loving the Love Actually signs from the last summit. Thrilled that we get to hear all your thoughts on demand, not just a truncated version of them. So I'm thrilled to introduce our next section. Our theme is mental health and belonging. We are going to be talking all about belonging, the essence of our well-being. Again, just some kind of key things to remember. I think our crowd and our comment section is absolutely incredible. Please do share your comments. Please do share your questions. They really help make this as interactive as possible. And that is the purpose of our panel discussion. Of course, Marion and I will, ask questions and get involved as best as we can. But questions from the audience, we want you to get what you want out of these micro summits and these sessions. So please do put those comments and keep that chat lit, so to speak. I'm way too old to say that, aren't I? Yes. I am. I can see by Marion's grin that I am too old to say that. So perfect. And Diane has popped into the chat, so she's free to answer any questions that you've got on Flow as well. And don't forget to join us on Toucan later. So if you don't know where that is, go to Workplace Wellness Summit untitled.club, and you can get access to the Toucan conversation later on this afternoon. So let me start by welcoming Rebecca O'Brien. She is our speaker for this next section. Hello, Rebecca. We're so thrilled to have you here today. And I'm a little, because my dog is a bit sick, I was just a little bit behind on myself, but fear not. Rebecca helps creators and leaders reduce stress, prevent burnout. She really provides life coaching, public speaking, corporate training, executive coaching, leadership development, team building, and more. Rebecca is an absolute I want to say like a goalpost in the burnout and wellness community. I know that I myself have experienced some of the great tips and strategies to solve my own burnout. And with that, I'd like to welcome you on stage, Rebecca.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicole, for those kind words. I really appreciate it. Today, I'm going to be speaking about belonging and really the essence of our well-being. So just want to start off by saying, belonging is a fundamental part of being human. And I think we can all agree is that feeling of connectedness and acceptance to a group or community. And we crave these interactions between ourselves as part of human experience and well-being in itself. And I know as individuals, we develop a sense of belonging to feel connected to other people, especially those that we share life experiences, interests, or goals. Though I will say that belonging is more than just being part of this group. Belonging is also critically tied to our social identity. Examples of we set, shared beliefs, or is it ideals, or even of how we compare ourselves or present ourselves to others. And one of my strongest memories of this is when I was 11 and I moved from the Bay Area in California to Gothenburg, Sweden. And without knowing the language, starting a new school, finding new friends, a new everything, essentially. And I went to school with like these little green plastic frogs that were laced up, on the top of my shoes. And I had this animal print t-shirt and I had pink dolphin earrings and I was a huge animal lover. And stepping into this new school, I bravely seeked out both my tribe and wanting to be accepted for who I was. And it wasn't easy. And one could say it was very uncomfortable, nerve-wracking, really. And perhaps you've experienced something similar throughout your childhood or even in adulthood, because this is with us, we seek that belonging in our lives and connecting to people consistently and constantly. It's part of our human being and experience. And I will say that in school, we might seek to belong to those social groups and, where do I fit in? Or we share a similar commodity. And belonging is such a huge part of when we're growing up. And we can see this in our own kids, looking at young school children or young teenagers, even throughout high school. And as we move into college. In fact, it was the Stanford University, they started the Belonging Project now in 2020 during the pandemic. And they held various workshops, sessions, and conferences just as an effort to promote the emotional health and personal well-being. And through connection with the communities, both on their campus and beyond. Of course, they did not do everything in person. It was mainly online, but still, I think it's a fantastic and admirable project that they got going there in 2020 for everyone within healthcare. And with that being said, the pandemic, we've seen where we've been away from family or friends and work colleagues for a longer time. And when we're hardwired for connection, the need for social distancing is going to affect us, and being away from the workplace. Many of us were working from home and then away from family and friends and everything else for such a long period of time. We were struggling. And unfortunately, we see that many are still struggling now. Because when people lack a sense of belonging, it can be a strong predictor of depression. And in fact, it can be an even stronger predictor of feelings of both loneliness and a lack of social support. Yet, though, being surrounded by other human beings, like I said before, it doesn't guarantee that sense of belonging. It really has to do with the identification as a member of a group and in the interactions that come from that, and we meet each other. And it's the interactions over time that are really supportive to us as authentic human beings. So I also want to look at, what are the other places that we seek belonging? And that can be through hobbies and events, retreats. I think the Web3 communities and that essence and communities coming together right now is very interesting. And they're really seeking that group membership with strong values and belief systems and support. And they support on all experience of mental health, and especially that well-being, which is so important to them. And then, as I was saying, in adulthood, when we do get into the workplace and we want to ensure that all employees feel included and that they belong, one of the reasons there why work is so powerful, and when we step into that and after college and university experience, is because we typically share like the same identities and same goals, and we're seeking to, we're heading towards that as a team. And ideally, we want to look at the challenges together and find those solutions to the different problems. We want to celebrate our wins and support each other. And we do our best work together, as that team. And we thrive, and that can include both with innovation and creativity and our performances. Though I will say that we must be intentional with our actions and how we create that community. So I want to look at also, just give you three ways that we can really build a sense of belonging within the workplace. And the first one is embracing groups, and embracing that where we build friendships with individuals in the workplace, but also considering really of joining professional groups where you have a common sense of purpose. It can be with solidarity, embrace the differences within the new people, and approach diversity with curiosity and inclusiveness. And then we also can take action on holding, for example, this celebratory events to highlight the underrepresented groups, for example, Women's History Month. And within the groups, I think it's really important also that we look at the employee resource groups and how we support each other there to continue that inclusivity. And the second one is authenticity, because according to some experts, trust is built when we are authentic, empathetic, we are perceived as competent. And you can create conditions for belonging when you're open and vulnerable, as well as when you're empathetic towards others and leading with those soft skills, and really leading by example to step forward and welcome that for all employees to be able to feel belong. And number 3 is signaling the acceptance of when people lack a sense of belonging. They might feel threatened, they shut down or close off. They might, step back or want to be alone, really causing them to hold back, let's say, their ideas or their creativity within the workplace. And when we feel safe, we want to engage. And that goes hand in hand with the psychology or psychological safety at work. And I know we've been speaking about that today, and I'm sure we'll continue that discussion of how important it is in workplace well-being. colleagues or our camaraderie within the workplace, we can signal acceptance towards each other and just help ensure that the people around us also feel safe and they are heard. We can be asking questions, listening, and just demonstrating that focused attention towards them. Like, we are all ears and we are present at this moment in time. And creating these kinds of conditions will really contribute towards making our employees feel like they are accepted and that they belong. Because the office shouldn't just be a place of, this is what a leader looks like, or this is one place that one size that fits all. It's not about that. And finally, I would love to say that belonging is important for our individuals, both physical, mental, and emotional health. And it's critical to the health of all our communities. So as we come out of the pandemic and we really look ahead, this is our opportunity to find ways and create it both for ourselves, but for others. Workplaces need to support both a culture that is inclusive and supportive of positive belonging. Because that's really, that is essentially what belonging is all about, and the essence of our well-being. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. There was so many notes that I took and reflections that I had about your talk. I certainly saw those connections playing out organizationally of that decreased social interaction, decreased groups coming together, and seeing that manifest itself as withdrawal or low employee engagement scores, or turning off the camera and not even bothering to participate in the meetings. And I too saw so much of that was just purely lacking curiosity. People not spending that time to say, how do you like to participate in meetings? What lights you up? What ways can you best contribute?
Yeah.
So very, very, very powerful.
Absolutely.
So let me see if I got this right, because I'd love to make sure I caught those three things. So embrace groups through curiosity. And I wrote involvedness, but I'm not sure that might have been a hand typo.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely. But both of embracing those differences in people, the diversity, with curiosity, and I think really of taking action, of just like you mentioned, Nicole, of asking those questions and seeing, where are our unique differences, and what does one person need, next to the other person, which might be very entirely different. I think when we are open with that and look at the communication and really fully present ourselves with that authenticity as we are, our whole selves in the workplace, we can also lead with curiosity and ask the open questions and show that vulnerability.
Absolutely. So embracing groups through curiosity and inclusiveness. Number 2, was it celebrating underrepresented groups?
Yes. Well, that was really within number 1 of celebrating those and highlighting the underrepresented groups. And I think really with the employee resource groups, that also goes hand in hand. There's a few things that we actually can do with workplaces of looking when I highlight, groups at the core of it in the workplace.
Great. And so number 2, because I didn't catch it. I want to make sure we've got number 2. And then I got 3, signaling acceptance.
And 3, signaling acceptance. Exactly.
Perfect. So 2 is authenticity. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Got it. I love it. And because I love those tactical tips, because we talk about being inclusive. We talk about being inclusive leaders, and we talk about being vulnerable and all of these things. But for me, it comes down to what do we need to do? So I am delighted to bring up the rest of the panel and start to dive into some of these questions. So we are joined today by Joshua Graner and Steve Ware. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stage. We're so thrilled to have you today. Welcome to this discussion, talking all about belonging and the essence of our well-being. I'd like to start my very first question, I think is going to be, what is your number one tactic, strategy, actionable item that you can do to create belonging in the workplace? Let's start with Joshua.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. So, number one tactic for creating belonging for me is to be authentic myself. When I show up to a meeting, a lot of times I like to start a meeting with energy check-in, and I'll be usually the first to go. I'll ask, hey, on a scale of 1 to 5, how's everyone feeling today? What's your energy like today? And for me, I'm feeling a 2. I didn't sleep super well last night, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that by asking the question, how are you doing? And then also following that question immediately up with, and this is how I'm doing, and I'm just going to tell you what it is authentically and genuinely. It opens up the door for conversation. And then people then feel like they can really express themselves. And for me, that's a really good way to create belonging.
Yeah, it really creates a place where it's like, it's okay if you're low energy today. It's okay if you're not feeling like being on camera. Something I do when I facilitate is, if you're not feeling on camera today, that's totally okay. But show me you're participating through the chat or through direct messages or through emails, whatever way you need to engage today. So love that one. Next, right around the table, let's go right next door. Rebecca, go ahead.
Yes. No, I appreciate what Joshua was saying, and thank you so much for that. I think it's important with the authenticity, as I shared there before. And for me, it would be really respecting our differences and really celebrating that unique differences within everyone in the workplace. I think that's so important. And being able to ask those questions and both share vulnerably, but also, set the stage for it being okay and for it to be acceptable of how we can lead with curiosity and ask each other questions and learn and see, how can I support you best, or what do you actually need from me? What would be most important to you in a workplace or a wellness program? I've spoken earlier on both with introverts and extroverts, for example, and we might be needing different support both within our energies, but also as unique human beings. And I think it's really interesting to highlight that and respect our differences, but also lean into curiosity of that within the workplace and with our colleagues and employees there.
Thanks, Rebecca. And Steve, what about you? What's your number one tactical strategy for helping to create that belonging in the workplace? Oh, you are muted, perhaps? Ooh, perhaps Matt from our tech support can give us some guidance to help Steve get some sound going there. You keep talking and I'll let you know when I hear you. You know what I will do in the meantime, because I was a little distracted this morning. I've got some dog issues. I am going to, exactly as Marion has advised me in the chat, I am going to refresh the discussion with some intros while we wait to pick up that sound. And Steve, you keep clicking around, doing what you can. And as soon as I hear you, I will give you the biggest thumbs up and the biggest smile to let you know what's going on. Matt is advising you to come on out and go in. Let me start by saying Joshua Graner helps leaders create a thriving workplace where top talent can flourish. He's really focused on employee analytics, strategic development, performance psychology, and workplace well-being. And where are you joining us from? You are from Oregon, just like Diane Allen, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I live in Ashland, Oregon, down south, just above California.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Steve, let's.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
not yet.
Oh no.
Oh no, we will sort it out. At least we do have a backup plan. Grab a marker, grab some Post-it notes, and you can put those signs of your thoughts up there. I will introduce you while you're here, so people can go and find you and connect with you either way, in case you can't get any sound going. Steve improves employee well-being through, I love this, a no BS mindfulness workshop. And I'm all about a no BS mindfulness workshop. He does corporate training, is a keynote speaker, really focusing on resilience, mindfulness, mental health, and workplace well-being, as well as personal development. And he is joining us from across the pond, I think, as they say in the UK. Wonderful. So my next question for the panel, Steve, you keep making sounds. Matt is asking if you can plug in a mic or headphone, but we will keep on trucking, and we will make sure you get some space in there. So I'm just going to pull up our next question. When we are feeling as employees, those feelings of emotional and mental health unrest due to not feeling like we belong, not feeling like we're being included, what action can an individual take to help protect their emotional and mental health? Let's start with Josh again.
Yeah, I think that belonging is a two-way street. That, for me, one of the best ways. So say I'm walking into a workplace, some place that I know, or more specifically, the places where I feel a lack of belonging is if I go into a company where I don't really know the principals. I don't have a relationship with the people that I'm working with yet. And what I try to do is I try to walk into their organization and help them to feel like they are safe and they belong there. So it's almost like flipping it around. If I come in with a mentality that, not that I want to belong, but that I'm going to help you to feel like you belong. It's like they were talking about in the flow discussion about coherence being an electromagnetic frequency that radiates out from the heart, which is actually measurable, that puts people into a state of feeling safe. So we've all had that experience where we meet somebody, even somebody that we've just maybe met on a bus or a plane, or we just see them in passing, and immediately we feel, wow, we feel safe with that person. We feel connected to that person. That person feels like a good, like I can get close to that person. And my experience of that has been that generally that person or myself feels safe and is expressing that as well. Basically, my mantra would be essentially, as I'm coming in, that I belong, we belong, we're all in this together. That's kind of what I'm saying in my head. And that makes me feel at ease, which then helps other people to feel at ease.
I love that. I love that idea of a personal mantra. That's something I've always coached clients. It's something I do for myself when you're going into a tough or unsafe situation, is repeating what's important to you in your head, right? I can do this. I've got this. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional, whatever it might be. I belong, I am included, and going in with that mindset. I've certainly over the last couple of years have really learned to capture that idea of that kind of, we all kind of hate using those words like manifestation and mantra and things like that. There is real power in that, real power in that. Rebecca, your thoughts. What action can an individual take to protect their emotional and mental health?
Well, I love what you just shared there, Nicole. I think that's so important, and to what Joshua said. For me, it really stems down to that self-awareness. If we look at the individual aspect of self-awareness and connection to my body and what is going on for me today, and how am I feeling, and both how can I protect myself, but I would say even more is how can I care for myself, and how can I make sure that I'm feeling safe in this environment and this situation, and knowing my nervous system. But also, like you're saying, the mantras are wonderful, and I appreciate that idea, and that really goes hand in hand with, let's say, breathing exercises if it's before a presentation or a meeting that you're going to host, or a pitch perhaps, of knowing, having a few practices and having the awareness of, I need to take this action for my own well-being. I'm not feeling, perhaps 100% today. And I think part two in that is also of being able to speak or speak it and actually share with someone, if that is, let's say, at a workplace, and you're not feeling your bestest, or some struggles are coming up and you're not feeling that great, of being able to, hopefully in that essence, in a workplace that practices psychological safety, you can speak to your line manager, or to your, your colleague or your boss, or whoever it is that you feel you have a close relationship with, and that trust is there. And that open communication is there, where you might actually be saying, I've had a few rough nights. We just had a baby, 2 months ago. My sleep hasn't really been on point, and I'm not feeling 100%, due to this here. And I think just sharing that vulnerability as well is also taking action, again, individually, but also if you're in a workplace that hopefully practices that and can protect your well-being and hear you and really meet you where you're at.
Wonderful. Steve?
Nicole.
A big round of applause for Steve. We figured out, and Matt from our fabulous tech team.
I mean, that was complicated. I did 28 years in IBM and never had a technical problem that bad. That was just to change every setting and reload everything and refresh everything, and it was good to be back.
You all set. We've got you all set now. We would love you to join in the conversation. Our question right now is, what action can an individual take to help protect their emotional and mental health when they're feeling like they don't belong, like they're not included? Josh shared with us some notions of, setting your mentality, setting your mindset towards what you are capable of and that you doing a little bit of mantra work, which I love. Rebecca shared with us some tips on self-awareness and being vulnerable and sharing when it's possible in a workplace. What are your actions to help a person protect their mental and emotional health?
Yeah, so the biggest thing I saw, my background, I think you gave a brief intro. My background was with IBM, so I was with IBM for about 28 years. And for about the last 10 years, I started bringing mindfulness into IBM. And that wasn't something I set out to do. I had no intention to do it. I was kind of pretty burned out, pretty stressed. And then I found mindfulness massively helpful for me. And that brought so many things, because when I started bringing that into IBM, I didn't mandate it. I didn't ask anybody to join me and do this. I just was doing my own thing kind of quietly. And I was honestly, I was a bit embarrassed about meditating when I first did it, but people started to notice and say, what are you doing differently? We noticed you're a little bit more centered. You look a little bit calmer. You look a bit more resilient. And these are all the things that I wanted, right? I wanted to feel well at work. I wanted to get back to the person I was. And when I told them that, they said, can you teach us? And that kind of led to this huge thing that I never planned and that I never envisaged. I was just a techie doing a techie job. But to answer your question, and I think the first question you asked as well, I think when it comes to wellness at work, when it comes to feeling part of a community, when it feels you want to be something that belongs, one of the biggest things is not mandating any of this stuff. So if we created a mindfulness community from the ground up at IBM. It was organic. It was kind of bubbling away in lots of different countries, and then we brought everybody together. So you need the support from senior management. You want the buy-in from them. But I think the strongest wellness communities in corporates and elsewhere tend to start at the ground and grow up, and they grow really strong kind of shoots in the ground, so to speak, and then they're sponsored by the upper echelons. That gives a real sense of belonging, because then it's not, oh, the CEO told us to do this. We've got this wellness program from HR that we've all got to do. It's much more, okay, well, we've created this thriving community together. We're here to support each other. We're here to learn. We're here to develop. And that's really powerful. And so if you then get the buy-in from the senior leaders, that can create something that really takes off and is really long lasting as well, because it goes beyond just being a fad, right? It becomes this community where people help each other. People check in at meetings. People do all sorts of things. There's newsletters, there's communities, there's summits, there's a whole host of things that come off the back of that. So yeah, that would be my answer, really. And it's different things for different people, really. I think it's the opportunity to be individual. I mean, what makes me resilient may not necessarily make you resilient, and it's finding the tools that work for us individually and embracing them and giving your staff a lot of opportunity to find out what works best for them, because it's not a one size fits all. So we're back to the whole don't mandate things. I think as soon as you try and mandate wellness, it has this kind of feeling to it, and people kind of push against it and say, I don't really want you to tell me to do that. It's like saying I need to go to the gym for 5 nights a week. If I decide to do that, it's much more helpful, and it's much more likely to stick than if somebody says to me, you should. Anything that comes with you should, we kind of push back on, I think.
Yeah, that's the classic concept of active and passive change, right? Active change is the changes that we take on ourselves, and
Absolutely.
we are so much more often likely to embrace them, do them, follow through with them, excel in them. And passive change is the change that's put on us without our input. So I think, Steve, your point is very much something that we need to think about is how do we create wellness from within? There's a program title. Anyone go ahead and steal that from me, okay?
That'd
Wellness
be a nice
from
title
within.
of a book, actually. Wellness from
I'll
within. I
take
like
a
that.
small 35 to 40% ongoing, what's that called? Payout. Precisely, just for that name. But yes, it's a great book title. Thanks so much, everyone. I'd like a mention in the book or a small chapter. Thank you.
I'm going to Google that right after this, because that book title must exist. If it doesn't, I'm having it.
Yeah.
It's all yours. And so that idea of it coming from the ground, it coming from people leading by example. So even if it is coming from senior management, I love that idea of it kind of moving through by people actually doing stuff. Seeing your senior manager meditating, or my husband often told a story of how his boss went for runs at lunch, and it gave him permission to also take a run at lunch or when it fit into his schedule. And I think that is of an extremely powerful wellness strategy. Now we have a fabulous question in the audience from Petra. I believe my screen is a bit small. Can you speak to the elements of a workplace that has psychological safety? So let's start. Does anyone know the dimensions of psychological safety? I know some of them.
Well, I think it'd be good to, because a lot of times we're talking about psychological safety, and I think it's nice to have a good idea of what the definition is. And it's really simple, that psychological safety, especially as in a team or a workplace or a relationship, is the willingness and the ability to take personal risk or interpersonal risk. That's the kind of textbook definition. So then what are the conditions that allow people to be willing to take personal risk? And, I think that when we're talking about belonging, that's really what we're talking about, at least as far as employee health, productivity, and performance are concerned. So, for me, a couple things is when leadership becomes really curious about what their employees actually need, and they're willing to take a look at some hard things, and they're willing to look at their biases and their blind spots. I think one of the things that does is it signals to the employees that they are safe to be themselves, and they're safe to take risks as well. Because so if I'm going to be consulting with a healthcare organization, one of the things that I do is I go in and we do a needs assessment, and the needs assessment follows 5 different domains. I don't want to get like into all the nitty gritty of the domains, but it's basically causing the management to ask really, really hard questions, and to be willing to, and the answers that are being given in these needs assessments are anonymous to the management. They're not anonymous to me, obviously, but they're anonymous to the management. So this also gives the employees the feeling of safety to really express what it is, how they really feel about their organization, about their management, about the communication styles, about the communication effectiveness, about the technology, about all those different things. And then when the employee, when the management asks the questions, and the employee has the opportunity to answer those questions. In the beginning, like I said, it's done in kind of an anonymous way, but then what that does is it creates a conversation. And then the next phase, and that is how do we bring those questions into the meetings, into the organizational meetings, and into the individual team meetings, so that way the management can come in with a sense of humility and say, hey guys, what are we doing right, and what do we need some improvement on? You know, that's this idea of servant leadership. How can I as an executive, how can I serve you, the people that are working? So
Brilliant.
I think that's one critical way.
Yeah. So thank you for defining that idea of psychological safety, that willingness to take a risk. I've also seen the definition as not having, the fear of repercussions or, being shut down or things like that. So I love that definition. And one of those key actions for you is curiosity, conversations, and questions. Steve, what about you? Any key dimensions of psychological safety that float your boat?
Yeah, I think just to add to what Joshua said is willingness to take risks comes with a willingness to fail. Fail in quotes, and for failure not to be seen as something that's you're going to get disciplined for, you're going to get demoted for, you're going to get overlooked for, obviously within limits. We're not saying take crazy risks here, but I think an employee that's stifled and that thinks they can't push the boundaries, they can't go outside their comfort zone because if I take a risk and it goes wrong, it's going to look really bad on me and my career. That's going to stifle your innovation, your creativity, your productivity, and how psychologically safe you feel. And I think the other thing is the best execs I see, again, talking about Joshua's kind of servant leadership, are the ones that really listen, the great listeners. Listening is such a hugely underrated skill, I think. We love it when people listen to us. I remember I used to go and see my grandma, bless her, when she was still alive. And I used to think the greatest gift I could give her was my time. I'd go and sit with her. She was on her own. And I worked out pretty quickly that it's not my time, it's my attention. That's the most valuable thing I can give anybody. Right? I could sit in her front room and play on my phone for 2 hours. I'm physically there with her. But whenever you give somebody your full attention and you're listening and you're truly listening, people love that. People sense it. People know you're genuine. People feel psychologically safe. That builds trust. That means you're more likely to take a risk. It means you're more likely to open up. I think everything flows from there.
Yeah. And that kind of signals acceptance, so to speak, right? When you're willing to give someone your full attention, that signals that you accept them. If you're scrolling your phone while they're talking, it's quite clear that you don't accept them, you don't consider them on your level. So there's something to be said for attention, signaling being on your level. Rebecca, let's hear from you on psychological safety and key conditions for creating it, and then we'll move up to some great questions we've got from our YouTube viewers.
Yeah. I mean, I can just summarize both what Joshua and Steve said. It really is so important with that of willing to take risk, willing to make, mistakes. If it's failure, whatever that part is within the workplace, where are we displaying the psychological safety in terms of trust, the open communication, and the listening skills, because all your employees, they're watching you, and they're watching you as leaders, and are you leading by example, and how are you communicating to them? And I think with all of this, it really triples down. And I believe in workplaces of, everyone inclusive, top down, bottom up. We need to also take action and step into that as present leaders. And really with present leaders, we can really look at the importance of open communication, the trust, the willingness to fail, make a mistake, because it will trickle down on, just like Steve said, it will, highlight with the innovation, the creativity, your performance, all of these things in a group setting of knowing we are all safe, because we're all, mirroring and looking at each other as well for the acceptance part and having that belonging.
Absolutely. So I was trying to pull up, I know there's I think 6 or 7 key dimensions of psychological safety that I think are super powerful, if I can find them fast enough. Authenticity and inclusivity, which I think everyone brought up. Commitment and transparency. So I think that's really key for psychological safety, when we share what we're doing and not doing and why. High candor and feedback. So people willing to have conversations that are frank and direct, and we have them, but it's safe to have them because we don't just save them for performance reviews, connection and belonging, and mistakes and risk taking. So those are some of the key elements of psych safety that one of my team members teaches quite often. So now I am finally ready, Matt and Sumana, for those YouTube questions, because I did not see them here. Oh, there we go. When there is no employee engagement with HR, the reporting manager getting an opportunity, management gets disappointed for the current concern raised, and they end up with a conclusion to sack the employee. The management recognizes the same employee for being hardworking.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds to me like kind of a cut and dry case of a leadership not being willing to look at the things that aren't working within their organization. And this isn't uncommon where they say, okay, here's somebody who's extremely hardworking, and they're also really high needs. And I'll hear that a lot. Like, okay, well, this is a high needs employee. When I hear that, I kind of cringe a little bit. I'm like, okay, well, what do you mean by high needs? Well, they're always bringing up these things that aren't working for themselves. They need these specific work conditions. They're always taking breaks in the middle of their workday. I'm like, okay, but yeah, maybe they're high needs, but they're also performing really highly. Is it possible that when that person is getting their needs met, that they're also able to perform at a very high level? And I think that that's one of the key aspects of belonging, is when we allow people to take care of their needs and trust that if their needs are taken care of, and if they can ask for that, so if they can ask for that support, they will perform at a very high level. And that's, the dimensions that you just discussed about psychological safety. What's interesting is those are 5 of 10 of the dimensions of getting into group flow. So, so if a person feels safe to ask for what they need, if they're able to know, if they have the personal inquiry to know what they need, which, this is something that probably Steve teaches, is in personal mindfulness, and being able to ascertain, like, what do I need in this moment? And then to be able to take care of those needs, we can get into flow pretty quickly.
Amazing. So if I'm hearing you, it's that we need to create environments where it's okay to state our needs, and not create cultures where we call those high needs employees or whiny employees, or whatever the culture says, and create environments where it's okay to ask for those things, because we recognize that there are benefits, which is increased performance. Did I sort of have that right?
Very good. Thank you.
Catch your brilliance in just a crappy summary. Steve, tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, what I thought of when Joshua was talking there, his first couple of sentences about saying, almost back to psychological safety and about the senior management supporting that. It might have been a story I read. I think it was Ray Dalio, who manages the world's largest hedge fund. And I think there's a story where he was giving a presentation to the whole company, and this very junior member of staff that only just joined came in and either said in front of everybody or emailed Ray Dalio himself after the pitch and said, "You got this wrong. I didn't like this. I don't think we should be doing this way. I think you got, criticizing him effectively, constructively." And he's such a great leader. He practices mindfulness, by the way, little plug for him, which is how I found out about him. But he's such a great leader that he listened to that, even though, this guy's running the show, and this is probably the most junior employee they had. He kind of invited him to say, "Do you know what? You made a great point here, and I think we should listen to what you said." And he changed something and really took his advice. That's a psychologically safe place to work, where if you can come in at a junior level and tell the CEO, the top guy, top lady, that I think you're doing this wrong, and I think we should do it this way, and they don't say, "Get out of here, what the hell do you know?" They're open to it and maybe even take action based upon what you said. I thought that was such a beautiful example of leadership, of listening, of psychological safety. It's kind of the whole package in one, right? If you can get to that situation. And it really impressed me hearing that story.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's that idea where you can create an organization where all levels can give feedback. We calling that up, across, and down. And it's
Open
in those
door,
environments where you can see real change. But it's not just enough to make a space where people can share their feedback. Now the key turning point is where people actually act on it. So if I give you, Steve, you're my boss, and I give you feedback, that's great. If you're like, "Thanks so much for the feedback, sayonara." It's more about, okay, I heard your feedback and here's what I am doing, or here's what I'm not doing and why. I hear your feedback, but I'm not acting on it because of these factors that you may not be aware of. So I think that's extremely powerful. Thanks so much, Steve. Rebecca.
Yeah, I just simply add to this of, the example that with that question with the employee, I would rightfully just dig a little deeper, I say, with that kindness and curiosity, and continuing that conversation, not necessarily, labeling an employee of they're difficult here, or this is happening throughout HR and we need to keep an eye on this one. I think that curiosity of meeting that employee what there are. I know Joshua also mentioned honoring their needs, but really asking them and having that conversation and going one step further, giving that person the time and seeing what is going on in their situation, both at the workplace, and get that feedback as well. And if they're sharing vulnerably of perhaps home life as well, because everything is integrated. And I think the more we can have that conversation of letting them know that this is a safe place and practicing that psychological safety, the more we can see, meeting them of like I said, where they are and them feeling accepted and belonging, because we can't be guessing of what's going on with a person if we don't know. Asking those questions is going to be very, very important.
Wonderful. So my last question. So if there are any other questions from the audience, please feel free to share those in the chat. I've got one more question in my back pocket that I am super tickled pink to ask, because it's something that really thrills me. And so because I'm tickled pink, I'm going to start with Steve this time, because I think that's a pink shirt.
It is a pink.
If my eyes aren't deceiving me today, I like it. So the question is, I love a lot of personality. I mean, I think fundamentally belonging, inclusiveness, all of this is kind of fundamentally rooted in self-awareness, right? How self-aware are we of ourselves and our impacts on others? What do we do that makes someone feel unincluded or unbelonged? That's also a term. Can we add that to the book list title? Unbelonged. That can be mine. I'll take that one
already.
Yeah. But my question is, I love the notion of people that have a preference for introversion. So they prefer to recharge alone. They prefer to work independently. They take more time to reflect. They pause before they act or speak. They may be a little bit more reserved with their emotions or their words, versus the preference for extroversion, where we get that energy from the outside world. As I like to call it, I don't think first, I talk first. And talking is how I think. That's how I describe extroversion. So how can we support that that dichotomy of personality type and communication style of introversion and extroversion when it comes to belonging? And I know David Spinner in the audience is on the edge of his seat. So Steve, start us off.
I think it comes back to what you already mentioned, which is self-awareness, Nicole. And it reminds me of a really interesting study. Obviously, my background is mindfulness, and so these kind of things spring to my mind. I found a study, I think it was last year, which was a meta-analysis, which is where they take a group of studies and kind of mash them all together, put simply. And they found that mindfulness, even though on a kind of 8-week mindfulness course, even if no diversity and inclusion training was explicit in that training, they found that the effects of the mindfulness training made people more pro-social, made people more empathic, made people more compassionate to themselves and others. And it was fascinating because it was almost a side effect, if you like, a beautiful side effect of a mindfulness course. When you build this self-awareness, you not only become aware of your own internal states, what triggers you, how crazy your mind is, how often you act on an impulse without even realizing it, how you're prolonging emotion, all these kind of things. But you also start to be much more aware of everybody else around you. I think if you quieten the voice in the head, which we do with mindfulness practice, there's a little bit more space to notice. There's a little bit more space to notice what's going on with you. There's a little bit more space to notice what's going on with other people. And I've really picked up on it on LinkedIn. I've connected with so many brilliant people on LinkedIn who are neurodiverse, who are autistic, who are ADHD, and they're fabulous. And their brains work slightly differently to mine, and they've got huge strengths. And I think I'm much more able to see that literally in what they say and what they do, as my self-awareness and my sort of emotional intelligence increases. And I'm on this journey as much as anybody else, by the way. I'm not the most self-aware person. I'm not the most mindful person in the world. It's a work in progress for me. I think all these things are work in progress for all of us. I think as soon as you think you've mastered everything, you're in trouble. But for me, it all comes back to that kind of self-awareness. Because if we're not aware of something, we just can't do anything with it, because we just are the thought, we are the emotion, we are the impulse, whatever.
Yeah, huge bits of self-awareness, a huge foundational piece for any individual or leader, in my opinion. Rebecca, let's head over to you. What are your thoughts on how to support introverts and extroverts? And we've got, I think, just a couple minutes left. I haven't gotten any time warnings yet, so exercise brevity, as Monica Zimmerman would say.
Yeah. Well, as a ambivert myself, I would say, but more leaning to introvert. It's really interesting, this one, and I love this question, because I think it's important to celebrate those differences, and both having your self-awareness, as we mentioned so much here today, but also the awareness of others and how others are both, being present in the workplace and what do they need, and again, of asking those questions of how we can support them, but really within let's say a wellness program with this, and highlighting all the differences and including all the differences, and really looking to belong. I think it's interesting with both introverts and extroverts. I mean, we did at a workplace a few just before the pandemic, a few years ago, I say now, but we actually implemented silent walks during lunchtime, and it was open to everyone, and it was, welcome to everyone. But it was just that essence of, instead of perhaps going for a run during your lunch break or going to the gym, and there's groups that will do that, and there are those performers that really want that sense of self-time or self-care there during their lunch break. The introverts is that wanted to just pause and be outside in nature and walk around the community and workplace grounds where they had a nice little garden and could just simply settle in that of silence and restoring their energy throughout the day. So I think it's important just to see both the differences and how we can support each other, and also continuing that open communication of then making everyone feel accepted and that they belong wherever they are in the workplaces.
Thanks, Rebecca. We've got Hannah joining us on stage. So Josh, can you give us a 15-second genius burst from you?
Yeah, I think introversion and extroversion for most humans is relative. It's based on context. So from a leadership perspective, allowing organic self-organization, so allowing different groups to get together on their own to work on things that are collaborative. Instead of forcing groups to get together, saying, here we've got this project, who wants to jump on board? Some people are going to jump into the big group. Some people are going to jump into a smaller group, taking a smaller, more nuanced aspect of the project. So allowing for self-organization.
Thanks, everyone. Huge thanks to our speaker, Rebecca, Joshua, and Steve. We're so glad that we got to hear that lovely British accent of yours and all the genius from the entire panel. It's been my honor to facilitate you, and I know it's been the honor of the audience to hear the knowledge that you have to share and those mic drops that you have. So thank you so much. Make sure that you go and follow these individuals on LinkedIn. Find us on Toucan this afternoon as well, and you can have some time to pick their brains even more than I got to in this brief time. Thanks, panel.
Mm-hmm. See you guys.
Thank you.
Hello, dear friend.
Hello, Nicole. I was so looking forward to seeing your beautiful smiling face. Love it.
As I was yours. How is your day going? How are you enjoying the summit? I'm stacking my questions. How is your day?
I'm just loving the summit, having a great time. I'm coming to you from Portland, Oregon, USA, and just so inspired by everything that the speakers are saying and the panelists. And I have all these sticky notes with tons of notes and key takeaways. So I'm just really excited about all the sections so far, and super excited for the session coming up on workplace wellness and equity.
I love it. I love it. I have also been taking huge notes. I am pumped. Hannah, you want to share with us where we're going next?
Yes, so we're going to talk a little bit about workplace wellness and equity. We're going to have our next speaker really talk about the energy and focus. I'm super excited for the three panelists and our guest speaker that we have coming on shortly. This is one of my favorite topics, wellness, workplace wellness and equity. Super excited to hear what tips we have, really key takeaways. You and I know we both love those kind of strategy takeaways. What can the people on the phone actually apply to their day-to-day lives? Because I think all the people that are listening around the world are really knowing and thinking to themselves, what can I tangibly take away from these discussions? They're all taking their time out of their busy schedules, and they're really wanting to learn today and new stuff, right? We've all heard the term workplace wellness and equity, all heard the term flow, but I will say today, I'm really excited about all of the new things I've heard. I was like, oh my gosh. And having the violinist, oh my God, this morning, my husband overheard when I was making coffee and I was listening earlier this morning. He was like, oh my gosh, you get to do this for work. So maybe we're recruiting another person.
I love it. I love it. Yes, a ton of key takeaways. How to get in that flow by discovering what work you do when you're in flow, where you are and how you are. Some fantastic tips on belonging from Rebecca. So I am just pumped to keep this thing going.
Me too. I'm excited.
Love it. Love it. All right. So next up on stage. All right. I did my best to listen to this name. Tuomo Vauhkonen. I listened to it many, many times. Tuomo, how did I do? Tuomo.
You did fantastic.
All right.
Nobody
all right.
gets it right, but it's very close.
As I used to have a very complicated last name, so I empathize with how important it is to try and get it right. You know, Dale Carnegie says that there's no sweeter sound than the sound of someone saying your own name to you and hopefully pronouncing it and not butchering it.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, great to be here. Fantastic to dive into this one.
So fantastic. So Tuomo is going to talk to us about energy and focus management. I am just going to pull up things. Hannah, what are you excited about to hear from Tuomo today?
Oh my gosh, Tuomo, I listened to your TED Talk like 3 times. I was so inspired. First of all, he's super tall and I'm like 4'11". So I was like, I wish I was 5 feet tall. But he just had such an engaging personality. He lives in one of my most favorite places. So I'm sure we'll talk about that later. I'm just super inspired to hear about some key tips on how to maintain energy and focus and what we can do when we get off track, and really just be inspired today.
I'm thrilled.
Sure.
So let me fully introduce Tuomo Vauhkonen. He is a life coach, a performance trainer, and a lifestyle expert. He supports high achievers gain clarity and find purpose via the 4 lifestyle pillars. He is a TEDx speaker. He is thrilled to talk about focus, coaching, lifestyle, performance, and personal development. And he is joining us from French Polynesia.
That's correct.
How wonderful. Welcome, Tuomo. I'm going to pass the mic over to you, and we can't wait to hear what you've got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Nicole. And so, yeah, just really quickly, obviously, I'm residing right now here in French Polynesia, but originally from Finland, up from Northern Scandinavia, where I started my track, and I, went around the world for 15 years, kind of looking for my purpose, looking for my place in the world, and found it sort of 7 years ago here in French Polynesia. And why I'm so excited and why I want to talk about energy and focus management specifically is, first of all, that's what I've been working on myself quite a bit every single day and in the past. But I also think that that's one of the sort of the key ideas right now that people are possibly missing, and we need to better ourselves, especially when it comes to, obviously, physical, mental, emotional, and even maybe that deeper spiritual energy, which I define it as purpose. And then obviously, where do we direct that energy, which is the focus. So that's the key ideas that I want to bring about today. And I know I have a tight 15 minutes here, so I'm just going to dive straight into it. And as I mentioned, maybe I want to start off with what are the sort of the challenges that a lot of people have. And as I mentioned, and I especially when it comes to workplace wellness, I think there's this looming big word called burnout that a lot of people, and I know Sumana maybe and the next speaker will talk about that as well. And it's one of those things that kind of looms in the background. And I truly believe I never had burnout myself. But this is my observations from the people that I've coached, the people that I interact with, and so on and so forth. There are definitely many other things that probably goes into it, but I truly believe that one of the key factors that when it comes to a burnout is lack of energy management. And that's exactly one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about this topic and why I want to talk about it. But before we get there, sort of for the context, what I think about energy, what is energy, if you will. And as I just mentioned, I look at it through a lens of 4 different pillars, which are mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical. And I've turned those pillars, if you will, into words right now, which is purpose, which is focus, which is energy, and which is resilience when it comes to emotional part. So those are the kind of the 4 pillars that I look at this energy around, if you will, how I look at it. And I've also 2017, actually, just in a little context as well, we did a retreat here in Tahiti, French Polynesia, which was 4 pillars of change. And so that was the 4 pillars that I'm talking about today. So these 4 pillars, they've always been with me. I always look at each session, each person that we're, for example, in a coaching session, or when I'm sort of dissecting what's going on through those 4 areas, if you will. So that's kind of in the context. And also what energy is obviously, for me, it's those 4 pillars. But if you look at sort of globally, worldwide, for example, here in French Polynesia, they call it mana, more sort of life force energy. Mana, if you look at India, for example, they might call it prana. Somewhere in Finland, where I come from originally, we call it sisu. So energy has very different meanings, very different words for many people. So I guess you have to look at it from the perspective of our own culture as well, how you understand energy. It's not just that physical, raw, I can do this, I can sort of physically work for, 8 hours a day or what have you. So that's kind of the idea behind the energy, if you will. And funnily enough, there was this, obviously Tony Robbins just came up with a book called Life Force. So that's kind of goes the back about it. So, but and also the last thing is about that there's a quantum physics, obviously, which has been the last, 15, 20 years on the forefront. And they talk about energy in a very sort of cranial measure, if you will. So there's a lot of different words, a lot of different meanings, how people understand energy. But in a nutshell, to kind of wrap it up for me, it's how mentally focused you are, what is the sort of emotional resilience you have, and then obviously physically, are you able to do the things that are required? And then in the deeper aspect, it's the purpose. It's what kind of energetic purpose you have behind all your actions and behind what you do in the world. So that's kind of the context for the conversation today. And then going on from there is, I also like to look at this sort of energy and focus management as a more tangible that we can do something about. Because if you look at sort of 80s and 90s, everybody was talking about time management. And I know time management is still what a lot of people talk about, yet obviously we cannot really influence or control, lack of a better word, we can't control or influence time. Everybody's got the same amount. But when we start talking about energy and focus management, all of a sudden we have more influence over these aspects. So that's then you start having agency over your own energy and over your own focus. So that's to me, it's already a little bit of a mindset shift, if you will. Like when you talk about time management, I don't have time. That's really easy to say, like, okay, I don't have agency. But once you talk about energy and focus management, all of a sudden you become more responsible. You become more responsible of your own actions and your own state, if you will. So there's no excuses when it comes to energy and focus management. Cool. So what I want to do right now, especially when it comes to energy, I want to give you 6 sort of energy principles that I believe that are key factors. And there are more, but these are what I believe that are key factors when it comes to managing our energy. And the very first thing would be something called the energy audit. So taking a stock of positives and negative energy states or people, places, and spaces where you might be losing energy, and what are the places and spaces and people and relationships that I'm back now, that give you energy. That is a very simple tool to use to taking an energy audit of your actions and attributes and elements and obviously relationships that you have. Which ones are positive, which ones give you energy, and then the other side is which ones drain you from energy. And all of a sudden you start seeing like, okay, these are the things that I do that give me energy, and that these are the things that drain me. Which takes me to the second principle of energy management, which is plugging your energy leaks. Once you've done that energy audit, if you will, then you want to start plugging those leaky bits. I used to work on boats a lot, and on ships and super yachts, if you will. And obviously there's a very the most alarming thing when it comes to boats and ships is when the boat is taking in water. Nothing else really matter than getting rid of that water or plugging those energy leaks, if you will. and that's to me, it's a fundamental piece of understanding, because you can't really start filling your bucket with energy if it's leaking at the same time. So or in the metaphor of boat, if boat is taking in water, you have to plug those leaks before start throwing the water out of overboard, if you will. But that idea is, people are not really aware of what are those situations and places and spaces, as I mentioned, even people that are draining you from energy. So starting from there, I think is a great way of managing your energy better. Now, is that easy? Of course, it's not easy, especially when it comes to people. But that really starts, because let's put it this way: a lot of people start thinking, what can I do? What can I add? How can I add more things into my plate? Or what are the habits? What are the morning routines that I have to add on to start getting more energy? Versus what do I don't need to do? Who are the people that I don't need to see today in order to gain more energy? So that's also a little bit of a shift in perspective and thinking and doing when it comes to energy. Good. And then obviously the principle number 3 is taking care of the foundation. And what are the 3 foundation? I call them the holy 3, if you will. And this is obviously nothing new to anyone, but once you take the care of the fundamentals, the kind of the holy 3, if you will, I think you're able to get 80 to 90% of your energy back. And obviously the very first thing is sleep. And these are actually in order of priority for me. Number 1 is being sleep. Number 2 is movement. And I call it movement for a specific reason. I don't call it exercise, but I call it movement. And the third one being nutrition and hydration. So once you get those foundations in place, I think we're closing the gap of having your energy management in check, and we're starting to be on the right track. And then there's this, obviously, and I talk a lot about optimization, and I talk, how to optimize your energy, but it's really, really hard to optimize something where the foundation is not being set firmly in place. So saying that, let me just take that distraction out of there. There we go. So optimizing, everybody wants to do hacks, everybody wants to optimize things, but if the foundation is not set in place, it really doesn't really take you that far. Okay, so that's the number 3. Then the fourth one, now we're starting to get more into my sort of favorite topics, which is a lifestyle design. So if you want to really manage your energy better, I think it's really crucially important to be able to do a really a robust lifestyle design for you. And what I mean by that is that not just how you work, not just how you live back home, but lifestyle to me really consists of both how you work and how you live. Who are the people that you're hanging out with? What are the spaces and places that you put yourself into? What are your passions? What is your purpose truly in the world? And those are all, I mean, this is obviously a huge aspect of it. But once you start really looking at your work and life as a whole, that they're both interconnected and integrated, you're able to start crafting yourself a beautiful lifestyle blueprint, which is one of my sort of products that I'm working on right now. So that's the pillar or the principle number 4. Then number 5 is your intrinsic motivators. So intrinsic motivation is something that it's more starting to inch towards purpose. So once you're intrinsically motivated, the energy flows from there. If you don't have a deeper purpose, a deeper sort of why, if you will, why you do the things and the way you do them, it's a lot of times it's hard to find that energy to get up in the morning. But that intrinsic motivator is something that really fuels us internally. And then that takes me to number 6 principle, which is your daily habits. So if you want to manage your energy better, manage your external daily habits better. So that's the 5 and 6 are the number. Principle number 5 was the intrinsic one, and the number 6 is the external one, which are your daily habits. So those are the 6 principles when it comes to energy management. And I'm just going to run them really quickly through. Number 1 was energy audit. Number 2 is plugging your energy leaks. Number 3 is the foundation, taking care of the foundational pillars. Number 4 is the lifestyle design. Number 5 is intrinsic motivation. And the number 6 is daily habits. Hannah, do I still have a little few moments to go into the focus? Or how are we doing with time?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd love to hear maybe about 2 minutes. That'd be great. Thanks.
Perfect. All right. So then the energy needs to be in place first before we can focus that energy somewhere. And that's exactly the reason why I went first with the energy management. I spent a lot of time there. But now, if we want to focus that energy somewhere, that's what we need to have first in place, is to have that energy management in place. And I think in this today's world that we're living in, it's not a surprise to anyone that there are so many distractions in place, and focus is almost like a rare air skill that's needed. And if you can really master, and I'm hesitant to use that word, but if you can master your focus, you're really going to start setting yourself apart from your competition, from your other workers, because a lot of people are living very distracted lives. And how I look at focus, there's 3 pillars, if you will, and this is from Dr. Amishi Jha, who I'm paraphrasing her a little bit, but if you look at first attention would be like a floodlight. It's everything that's in your sphere of energy, if you will. You can put your attention anywhere. That's a floodlight. But then the focus is more like a spotlight. Now you're able to direct your focus into one area and one area alone. And then there's the third word, which is concentration. And concentration is the act of it. Concentration is a skill of focus. How you're able to, and your ability to focus is a concentration, if you will. And lastly, what I want to sort of leave people, because everybody talks about distractions and pings and dings and so on and so forth. And Nir Eyal's book, Indistractable, where he says that all the distractions that we are living and experiencing in the world today are triggered 90% internally, not externally. So the internal triggers and distractions are 90% of the reasons why we get off track with our focus. So I know there's a lot there, but I'm looking forward to maybe dive even deeper into some of the aspects and elements that I mentioned there, and maybe get some questions and get the panel discussion going.
Love it. That was so great. I was literally tuned in and so excited to hear what you had to say. And I'm glad we held on for another 2 minutes to hear those kind of follow-ups from you. Thank you so much. We do have a question that kind of came up as you were chatting a little bit. And I think it came up around from Petra Winner. Thank you so much for your comment. Any idea or thoughts about what happens when the energy leaks are not pluggable, right? Those work demands, those family demands. What advice do you have for us and for our audience about just those leaks that never go away?
Yeah, I would first start to look at it like how much of truth that is. Like obviously it's everybody's personal, and when we're saying that something is unpluggable, then looking a little bit deeper into it and having a little like, is that the actual truth? Like, is it really truth that I cannot plug this energy leak? Like, it's really hard to answer that question with without knowing a little bit more about it, because everybody's situation is different, 100%. But really look deeper into it, and instead of just saying like, oh, I can't do this. Okay, how can you do that? Is there something else that you can you replace that activity? Like it's really hard to give an answer to that without knowing a bit more in the details.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think when you were talking a little bit about kind of that lifestyle design, Tuomo, that's perfect for someone that can recognize that they actually have deficits or a problem, right? But what if you're so kind of tunnel vision in your life that you just can't see the forest through the trees, for example, or the self-awareness isn't there because you're super burned out and kind of already energy expended? Thoughts on just kind of creating and where to start with that lifestyle design? Do you have to lose something? Do you have to feel a sense of change? Or would you recommend it for just anybody who really needs to look at, plugging those holes?
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. Let me give you an example from a very personal example from my life and our little family life that happens with us. And for example, for me personally, I'm fully energized pretty much until midday. Then the afternoon starts. I start dropping that energy a little bit, and then in the evenings after 7 p.m., like I'm almost useless. Like I definitely am not going to do any work after 7-8 p.m. and so on and so forth. And then when I'm in that state, and here's the answer: when I'm in that state, I'm not the best person in the world. I kind of get quiet. I'm sort of, I do the things necessary, but then I might ask help and support from my partner in the evenings. Like, hey, can you help me out? Okay, where are we going? What's goes? Because she's very much energized in the evening. She's a lot more active and alert in the evening. So then I lean into her and say, like, okay, help me out. Like, what is this? Like, I'm feeling this way. This is what's happening right now. Like, let's have a discussion about it. Because once you're in a low energy state, it's really hard to see the trees from the forest, if you will, right? Yeah. Or the other way around. So having that support, having that sort of idea of somebody else looking from the outside in of your situation, it really helps. And then when it comes to those energy leaks, if you will, it's really hard for you to come up with the solution by yourself. So it obviously doesn't have to be a coach, or if you can't talk to your partner, there needs to be someone else that are able to ask you questions, that are able to sort of dissect your situation a lot better. And I think that truly helps. And all of a sudden it's like, whoa, I didn't think that was a solution. I didn't see that, because the other person was able to point me to the right direction a lot better.
Absolutely. I'm seeing the comments in the chat. It's all around self-awareness. People are saying, yes, I'm a night person, chronotypes. I'm the exact same Tuomo. I'm a morning person all the way. We have a lot of 3 p.m.ers, which I call myself a 3 p.m.er as well, that I'm kind of toast at the end of the day. So it's really good to kind of know what your energy levels are well, and then tell your team that, right? Tell them, when you're good and when you're not good. So, all right. I see some great, awesome faces here. Thank you so much for being on stage. Tuomo, that was so exciting and so informational. Thank you so much for kicking us off on this great session. We have 4 excellent panelists today that I want to introduce you to, and it looks like we've got, oh my gosh, David, loved the shirt. David Spinner, my guy. He is a consultant, a coach, specializing in diversity, equity, inclusion, and I love this. You're a belonging enthusiast. Love that. I want to have that coin termed as well. And he's also a podcast co-host of Positive Direction. So welcome, Davis. Give us a spin. Give us a spin in that shirt. Super cute. And
feeling summery. I'm feeling summery.
Well, bring some of that summer to Portland, Oregon. Man, it's raining here as usual. So thanks for being here. Looks like we've got, is it Tahmid Chowdhury? He's a coach. Wave to me, Tahmid. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
he's a
hi.
coach
Nice to be here.
focusing on personal development, sustainability. He's also a podcast host as well, Behind the Suit and Tie. Talks a lot about diversity, inclusion, leadership, and development. And welcome. I love your shirt as well. What is on your shirt? I can't see.
It's lots of little boats. I've got 2 versions of it. This is the darker one. So
okay.
if you ever invite me back, depending on what I say.
Will we see the second version later on Toucan?
Depends how rowdy it gets.
Perfect. And lastly, Donna. Donna is such a person close to my heart. She has spent over 30 years in corporate America. And let me tell you guys, she knows her stuff. She's an executive coach, business consultant, writer. You may have seen her newsletter and posts on Friday. Really just does an incredible, fabulous job to pull people in. She's a corporate coach, and she specializes in women and leadership. So welcome, Donna. So excited that you're here with us today.
Great to be here. Do you like my shirt or my jacket?
I do. I think it needs
I just
some
want to be one of the
animals
boys today and like something on me.
I do like your glasses, so let's go from there.
Thank you.
And we have heard before, Tuomo, our speaker for today, super excited. If you guys not have checked out his TEDx talk, please do so. I think we'll post that in the chat as well. So Thank you guys all for being here. I'm super excited. It is Wednesday today, Donna. I did just see your post. Happy hump day, everyone. But before we get started, I want to have a little kind of introspective moment, right? So all of us are here to talk about workplace wellness and equity centered around, the focus on energy and development, right? And so how are we using that energy and flow in our workplaces? But in order for us to do that and show up as leaders, we have to know who we are ourselves first, which is what Tuomo touched on a lot. So I'd love to hear, in the spirit of energy and focus, what is one thing or something that you do to foster wellness in your life outside of work? And I'm going to kick us off with David. What are you doing to foster wellness in your life outside of work?
Well, it would have to be that I take my dog for nice long walks, listening to a podcast, listening to some music, whatever it is. But it's just going with my dog. He's got to get walked anyways. I could use the extra steps. So I just take that time and I use it to reflect or learn. Like I said, I listen to podcasts all the time. And so there's so many great ones out there, including those here on the panel that host them. So that's what I do.
Thank you so much. Tahmid, let's go to you. What are you doing in your personal life to foster wellness outside of work?
Yeah, I suppose I also look at it slightly differently, and sometimes it's like not doing anything. And so I would say that part of it is actually like even putting my phone downstairs on charge as opposed to next to my bedstand. That's made a massive difference. Otherwise, it's just kind of finding a space of like an absence of thought, I would almost describe it. And so sometimes that's physically moving outside. Sometimes it's just chilling out in bed. We make this thing sound like a really big task that we need to do to make changes, but actually it can be something quite different. It can just be nothing.
That. I love moving your phone out of your bedroom. I know there's a lot of us that wake up either in the middle of the night or first wake up in the morning and we're checking our email before we're even fully awake and kind of conscious, let's put it that way. So love the thought of being able to set boundaries. So thank you so much. How about you, Donna? I'd love to hear your thoughts. What are you doing to foster wellness in your own personal life? Or are you just being?
No, I do a lot of the above. I really like what Tahmid said, which is doing nothing. I think a lot of us are programmed for over productivity and thinking we need to fill our day. So I really think that is hugely, that was a great point. So I want to just thank you, Tahmid, for saying that. For me, I just took a neuroscience class at MIT, and I really subscribe to the belief that we have to take care of our mind, body, soul. And, leaving your phone out of the room is a great example, being disconnected from all the electronics. But for me personally, I do walk, just like you, David. Maybe we walk at the same place. I try to walk for an hour a day. I work out with a trainer. I journal. I meditate. I do all the things. But there's, it's a practice. So it's important to me post my corporate career, because when I was in my corporate career, I ignored my wellness because I was go all the time. So post my corporate career, I feel like I'd be a hypocrite if I wasn't taking care of myself the way I tell other people to.
Thank you so much. I love what you said about, when you shift from a corporate lifestyle to owning your own business, a lot of people think, oh, the lifestyle is very different. But in fact, for a lot of us, for our small businesses, we're working around the clock as well. And it never stops. You don't have a boss. It's you, right? So it's managing your own personal time. And I love those tips. Thank you so much. It looks like we lost Tahmid. I'm hoping, Matt, we can grab him back. Let's move over to you,
doing
Tuomo.
A shirt change.
Exactly. He's already wardrobe change number 2. I think he got the second hour outfit notice. But Tuomo, I want to hear, let's think outside the box here. You are living in French Polynesia. You share with us what you are doing, right? Share with us what you're doing to have kind of that balance in your life, right? Are you balancing the two?
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. I'm not a huge believer in the balance, to be very honest with you. And I actually written articles about it, and I flip it around. Well, not flip it around, but I call it integration, work-life integration, and especially life-work integration, because I think life needs to come before work instead of work before life. I know we are like splitting hair there, but that's how I've always lived my life. Like it's literally lifestyle first. I've always figured out like, how do I want to live my life, and then how can I put the work around it, or how can I support, where does work fit into it. And it's really like, especially when it comes to entrepreneurship, they're like that fine line. It's not that fine anymore. They're really kind of, going, sideways and backwards and ups and downs. So there literally is hardly any balance into it. And the big picture here is, to me at least, that if you're trying to stay balanced, it's almost like you're trying to stay on the tightrope, which is all the time trying to pull you out of it. So for me, it's a lot more important to know how to get back on track instead of trying to stay on it. Because especially entrepreneurship in this today's world, and people that like myself who are very much high achievers and performers, we're pushing the boundaries, and we're always kind of a little bit on the edge. So knowing how to get back on that back on the center line every now and then, it's absolutely fundamentally key. And that's exactly, Tahmid, welcome back. That's to me as well. It's like like my lifestyle is very performance based, and I love it. That drives me. That's my passion. I love to be outdoors and running around the woods and charging. But then knowing how to bring it back, to take care of my sleep, take care of my nutrition, take care of my relationships and my own health. Those are absolutely fundamentals. And to be very honest with you, I have this like automatic pressure relief valve, and I think that comes from my sports background. Soon as I start feeling like, okay, now the engine is running quite hot, it's almost automatically I know, like, okay, let's just calm down, let's take better care of our sleep, let's stretch out a little bit. But I think to me it comes out of that sort of knowing myself, knowing my body quite well, and when I start getting a bit too heated up, it's then balancing it back down.
I love what you're saying. We have some great comments here. Yes, life work integration versus balance. We have to learn to say no. I love what you said, Tuomo, about getting off track. So you know yourself well, you've done a lifestyle assessment, you've designed your lifestyle so that you're getting back on track. But I'm just wondering for the other panelists, what do you do when you find your energy shifting to the dark side? I call it those distractions where you just feel like you can't get back track. What are some ways for you to get back on track? What are some strategies that you're doing in your own life that you're like, okay, this isn't feeling good to me. I need to stretch, take a walk, take a break. I'd love to hear from you, David, when you're kind of going to the dark side. I like to say, what are you doing to kind of get yourself course corrected?
Oh, I love that question because it's so hard, right? You get into, like you said, the dark side. You follow a path. Maybe your mindset hits a negativity side, whatever it might be. And ironically, my podcast is called Positive Directions. So, but it doesn't mean that we're always positive. So you're allowed to go down that track. So, but what I do is I really take a step back. It doesn't mean always going for that walk or lying down doing nothing, but it's more of a reset. It might be cleaning off my desktop. It might be cleaning the kitchen. Not that my place is that spotless. I don't always clean, but cleaning helps. It's like that reset because it allows you to then go back into it with a fresh tabletop, a fresh slate. And, that sometimes that works. It might be taking my dry erase board and just throwing stuff down on it. Okay, need to take care of that. Need to do this. Want to do this. Have to do this. Like, you divide the wants and the have tos into two separate sides. And that sometimes you'll cover some of the wants first, then get to the have tos, or sometimes you may flip it around because, hey, let's get those out of the way and then we can have fun the rest of the day. So it really depends on where it's at and what it is that I'm needing to tackle.
Great answers, some great strategies and tactics for those of us on the phone and watching around the world. Tahmid, welcome back. Nice to see you. Don't see a new shirt, but maybe next time. Love to hear from you. How are you course correcting in your own life and getting back on track when you kind of see yourself slip into that dark side of, low energy, poor energy, that type of thing?
Yeah, sure. No, thank you. And yeah, sorry, I just haven't had internet issues all day and then suddenly it kicks in just as you're going live. Course correction. I guess it's so I guess maybe I touched upon it when with my first answer in terms of, I suppose, just my wider views, and this has shifted a lot in the last couple of months around this sort of stuff. Essentially, course correction is it a case of doing more things and kind of trying to add more onto the plate, as in, oh, I'm stressed, so I need to do more meditation, more yoga, wake up an hour earlier and all this stuff, which kind of just adds more load of pressure? Or, and this is kind of the philosophy that I'm following more on these days, and the book like Loving What Is by Byron Katie, for example, just accepting what is happening and actually kind of moving to the space that we don't need to do more to do well-being. Like, well-being is kind of just our basic level, and kind of that's a philosophy I really believe in, and it's one I've adopted for myself. Of I don't need to do more. It's funny even just hearing David say about the want-tos and the have-tos. I think we could probably go deeper and even say, how many of the have-tos are really the have-tos? Yeah, I have to eat, I have to sleep, but the rest of the things, actually, when I dig down far enough, it's because I want to. It's funny, that example as well. I was thinking, I've been building a lot of IKEA furniture, which does take a couple of hours, and I just go out with it, and that's like full on flow. But I see it as like kind of, actually a lot of this is an absence of thought and kind of rumination. It's almost like an absence of a lot of things. And when I find myself stressed, it's because actually I'm overthinking or over applying, over exerting. And so I find the answer is actually just stepping back. And it's funny because when people hear that, they sometimes think, oh yes, that's all well and good, but I've got 10 deadlines or whatever. It's not necessarily doing less in terms of output, but it's reframing how we are showing up in the world into a more sort of freer being. Because actually the amount of time we spend thinking is crazy. I actually did a blog post about it. It's slightly satirical about this sort of overthinking man. And you go into a meeting, but you don't go into it once, you go into it 3 times. You go into it beforehand because you're going to go to your boss, so you're worrying about the meeting itself and what you're going to say. You actually go into the meeting and then you talk about it and you forget everything you were thinking about before anyway. And then you have all this experience. And then the meeting is over, and then you go through it a 3rd time because you're ruminating about some stupid thing that your manager said, or your boss or whoever, and you're just annoyed about it and you chunter along about it for the rest of the day. So my behaviors, and I think it's quite universal, where I'm finding myself off course, so to speak, is actually when I'm just I'm too much in my head. And yeah.
I love that. We often circular talk ourselves, and I know, Donna, we've talked a lot about inner critic. Love to hear from you. Before we do, though, let's go over to Jennifer Todd. Love the idea that well-being is homeostasis, right? External influences move us out of well-being. Don't hold on so hard, and we will get back to our center. I know you feel very, very strongly, Donna, about this with the gremlins and the inner critic. What do you tell yourself, and what do you tell your clients to get back on into the well-being piece?
Well, first I want to separate like the weed from the chaff, right? Like, is this in your head? Is this real? I think Tuomo, you might have said that. Is this truth? And I think that's like the central question that comes up when I coach is this truth? Or what we say in coaching, little t truth versus big T truth. So am I distracted because I'm fearful of something going on? And distraction, I think, is a form of fear sort of inserting itself. Like, Hannah, you and I are going through a similar experience, although you were ahead on this book writing journey. And I literally feel my system freaking out when I'm on the sessions for the book creators group. And that's fear. And they give you homework. And I build that homework up in my head to the point where I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. And I know that when I was in my corporate job, I loved the idea of the 3 meetings because that's 100% true. It's the pre, it's the during, it's the post, it's the rumination, the circle. So first and foremost, I pay a lot of attention to my body. What is going on in my body? Am I distracted? And find out what the truth is really happening. And then once I decide, yep, this is truth, I have to do this. I time block when I feel like I'm going to get distracted. I know that there's like an oversimplification here, but if it's on my calendar, it has a much greater likelihood of happening, as opposed to, well, I couldn't get to it today because. But first I check in with myself before I make any further determinations. And I don't mean to oversimplify, but you got to check in with yourself before you decide what to do next.
Absolutely.
Otherwise you're just like, dog and the tail wagging the dog.
Mm-hmm. I love what you posted. I think it was yesterday or today about, just the overwhelm factor. All of us as individuals often to get to that state of overwhelm, and your solution and habit is time blocking. Tuomo, I'd love to hear a little bit from you on some habits, right? What are some habits that our viewers today can do to create conscious habits around refocusing and reshifting? I know you mentioned plugging those energy holes, creating a lifestyle design, but can you talk a little bit more about that intrinsic and extrinsic, like those things that you can control versus what you can't? And what are some habits or tips that we can give to our audience today?
Yeah, 100%. This is something that I've practiced, and I read about this for a long time ago, and it's just super simple, and it's definitely not a hack, but it's definitely something that I use pretty much daily, and it's as simple as release tension, set intention, and so what does that mean, and how can you use it? For example, for me personally, when I'm walking up to my office, or before I'm starting to send an email, or even before I open a LinkedIn application, or before I open the browser, I might be just closing my eyes a little bit and just sort of releasing whatever I was doing beforehand. If it was making coffee or being in the garden, just like releasing that tension, and then I tell myself, okay, what is the intention? How do I want to show up right now? Let's say that I'm going to LinkedIn to post, for example. What is the intention that I want to bring out? What kind of post that I want to do? And you can use exactly the same tactic going from one meeting to another. Because what might happen, or what often happens, is you take the previous meeting with you to the next meeting, instead of releasing the tension from that meeting and then setting an intention for the next one. And it doesn't have to take longer than 60 seconds. For 30 seconds of releasing the tension, whatever that is, maybe just close your eyes and, you just kind of, repeat the word release, for example, and you kind of do something physical to get rid of that, whatever was happening before. And it doesn't have to be always negative. It can be, even if it was a positive thing, you want to leave it to there and set a new intention for the next activity, next email, next meeting, next relationship that you're gonna, or the next, the person that you're gonna meet, if you will. So that's something. It's a very tangible, practical tool or practice that you can do to release tension and set intention.
Love that. Oh, I love what you said about taking that meeting from one meeting to another and just not even giving yourself time. I think another tip that I've done recently from key learnings, let's put it that way, has been to have times between meetings. I used to double book myself, triple book myself in the corporate world, and then now shifting over to my new business, that's how I was trained for 20 years. And so now it's really like, okay, Hannah, no, you get to design your life. You get to design your schedule. And I do think it's all about kind of conscious living, right? I love that. Thank you so much. I love Patra Winner. When I was a full-time bedside nurse, I used my commuting to work to meditate and envision a bubble of protection around me before I entered my workplace. Wow. Realizing that 10 minutes in the morning as an opportunity to build strength in my day helped me immensely. Gosh, that's beautiful. I love that. Especially, I'm sure, Patra, around the pandemic, really having that bubble around you. Very touching. Thank you so much. David, back to you, our number one outfit dresser for the day. I love this question. I've totally gone off script, by the way, guys. We're totally winging it because I'm really excited about the conversation and how the flow's going. In working with teams, David, what is one tactic that leaders can do to prepare teams, right, to shift their focus from that fear and anxiety in the pandemic world to getting back to their new normal with all of the priorities and things that are happening in each organization? And then, of course, employees bringing their own vision and asks to work. How do we get back to kind of shifting and aligning our energy and focus?
Ooh. It's a great question, because as workplaces are reimagining the way work is going to look like, right? Not everybody's going back into a physical space. Some are hybrid, right? Some are only online now. But as we start to reconnect, I'm going to talk from my area of expertise, which is communication. And I firmly believe that communication is that foundation. So I think the leaders need to focus on the skills of communicating effectively, with empathy, really understanding how the pandemic and how 2 years of working away from each other, 2 years of less interpersonal contact, that didn't involve a box, a square where we're looking around like this and asking if am I still muted. How has that impacted the physical and the mental health of my employees? And when leaders start to ask that question, right, they'll get a better understanding of where their employees are coming from and what they're walking in with. And then the experiences of being home, the experiences of being able to go to the grocery store maybe for an hour in the middle of the day, which when we were working 9 to 5s, we didn't have that opportunity. We've gotten accustomed to that. We've gotten to like that a lot. So being understanding to say, you know what, maybe my employee needs to be able to have a day where they can tackle their groceries or tackle the doctor's appointment, et cetera, and being, opening that flexibility. So I think a few of these things are really, really important. And the only way to get there is by communicating, by asking the question, by understanding how they could like to communicate, and being able to connect with your employees as a team, but also individually. So I think it's really about communicating well.
I love what you said about communication. I think a lot of us have just been so on communication overload of fear, but now it's shifting that fear to, the optimism lens. What's the new normal going to look like? What is our future going to look like? How are we going to move forward as a team, and really solidifying that communication? So nice work. Thank you. Tahmid, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how do we get back to the future, right? And kind of putting COVID behind us and charging forward, and what are those habits and shifting our focus? What can we do as a team or as a leader to get us back on track?
Yeah, I'm going to apologize in advance because I feel like I'm not going to really answer the questions that you give me. I was on a coaching retreat, actually. It was great. And it was great to get away. And one really insightful question was, and this is a very coachy question, was, when are you? And it's like, oh, what the hell does that mean to a normal person? But I think it is this point of like, yes, we're talking a lot about, we think about the future, we think about the past, we think about It's like, so I do this coaching, but I actually have worked, and I'm still working actually full time. So this is more of a side thing for me. Before I worked in the UK government, now I'm kind of influencing around EU policy. And I remember the amount of discussions it was about how we're going to do hybrid, how we're going to do this, how we're going to do that. And actually it was very premature. And I think sometimes we forget, I think with these sort of leadership conversations, you get into a room with, the great and the goods, and it's like, how are we going to foresee the next 2 to 3 years? Indeed, when I do like coaching with, I remember I did some coaching with some small business, and it's like, this is going to be my 5-year plan. It's like, hang on, let's look back at where we were 5 years ago, both as individuals and as companies. Like, were we ever going to be able to, in the UK with Brexit, COVID pandemic, war in Ukraine, even just in the last 6 months, there's a lot that happens. And actually kind of, I think along with this sort of energy and kind of clearing of mind, I think my interpretation of it as well is just being adaptable to the change and just kind of accepting what is. And sometimes things will go pear-shaped, and then it's just like, okay, well, what can we do? And from a humane level, how can we address that and do things in a quote unquote right way? So I guess, I realize that that's maybe not the clearest answer in terms of like, okay, what can a leader go away and do? But I think my belief, and I think it was really well put, I think it was Steve or, from one of the previous sessions of, just going in and starting doing stuff like, the mindfulness stuff and showing that change, just being it for themselves. I think if I were to see leadership that are really being honest and kind of like, okay, well, I'm not really sure. And we're going to learn and do, rather than kind of having this sense of needing to grapple it and, show leadership and all this sort of stuff, which can come across a bit artificial, mainly because, like, honestly, nobody really knows what the future is. And we don't really need to know either. I think, if we can keep on going, of course, do your budgets and all that stuff. I'm not saying don't do any planning, but I think we can really just, I don't think we need to course correct. I think we just can go on with the way that we are doing and adapt day by day. And, if we improve a little bit every day, the gains will be massive rather than some big intervention. So yeah, hopefully that somewhat answered your question. I'm sorry if
No, I love hearing your perspective. I mean, that's what we're here, workplace wellness and diversity, right? We want diverse opinions and we want diverse suggestions. I love what you said, though, about, I think sometimes we put a lot of, maybe I put a lot of pressure on the panel today, but to push forward and to change courses and to pivot. And there's a lot of energy that goes behind that. So I love what you said about small steps, right? It doesn't need to be like this big push or this big corporate thing. I also love what you said about showing. Leaders showing you by example, which we've talked about for years and years and years. But now, especially with COVID, We have to put our money where our mouth is. We have to show as leaders that we're showing up, and we have to set the tone for the way to move forward. And I love what David said, your conversation as well as David's, adding on that communication lens. Donna, I know this is a huge passion of yours as far as, what can we do to move forward? How can we prepare leaders for the future? You have 30 years in corporate America. You've done this day in and day out, but you've never done this post-pandemic. So what would be your advice to the teams today?
Yeah, I'm going to put my talent acquisition lens on, because at the heart of all this are people, right? So to me, we were able to get work done and very productively over the last 2 years. So we have this window of time where we can treat people like people. We can customize their work experiences to make it the best experience for them, and realize that the best experience for our employees feeds up into the greater good for the company. Mm-hmm. And so we came from an environment where, we came from 9 to 5, and then we came from flexible, then we went to hybrid. Sometimes the employers have the power, sometimes the employees have the power. I lived through the war for talent. I've lived through the .com crash. And at the heart of it all, just don't lose sight of that. There's a person on the other end of this, and it's not a policy change, it's a people change. And if you keep people at the center of your decisions, I think that's where I would focus. I don't know if that's an answer, but that's how I feel about this. Just don't lose sight of the fact that people are doing, for right now, until robots take over the world, people are at the heart of all decisions.
Yes, and that's so true. I think we often lose, especially as managers and leaders, we see that kind of big picture, and we have to set the strategy, and we have to set the tone, and we've got to be everything to everybody, right? Because as leaders, there is that immense pressure on our shoulders. But if you lose sight of the people, if you lose sight of the person that's in front of you, or the fact that without people, and don't we know this, without people, an organization is nothing. You have to have
power, right? I mean, look at, you look at the Goldman, the companies that say, or Tesla, got a lot of pushback because if you're not here 40 hours a week, we consider that you're resigned. Oh, I don't think that's going to be a very effective strategy. I could be wrong. I'm not Elon Musk, but so that's why I said I just would always focus on people-centered, because we were able to be productive during the pandemic. Companies did not shut down. Little mom and pops in some companies, they couldn't get talent, and we couldn't go into those. But companies that needed to stay in business, their employees were getting work done from home. They might have not always been happy about it, right? But they got work done.
Yeah. Tuomo, I'd love to hear from you. I'm not quite sure if you do workplace wellness and equity from the Polynesia lens, but I'd love to hear your thoughts kind of wrapping us up with this question. What would you say, and how would you set the stage for looking forward to the future for a team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm here in French Polynesia and working 100% online and privately on one-on-one people, so I don't work that much with the teams. But I think it was Tahmid, what you mentioned about adaptability is absolutely key. We don't always know what the future holds, or do we even need to know if we just adapt to what happens. And for me, from sort of a personal level, what's for me is getting out of my own way, and maybe that goes into the teams as well, because when it comes to teams, there's so many. Like let's say that you have a 5-person team, there's so many relationships within that team that it's really hard to try to manage that if you're trying to think every single sort of connection that you have within that. So sometimes it's just a kind of stepping away and getting out of your own way, getting out of the flow of the team energy, and let that guide you instead of trying to you guide or lead the team 100% of the time, because there's so much power when it comes to sort of group decision making. Let the decision come to you instead of you trying to make the decision for the team. I think there's maybe a lot of tremendous power in an individual level as in the group level as well. Sort of getting out of the way of the greater good, if you will, or getting out of the way of the flow, if you will.
Absolutely. Sometimes I think we make it harder, right? We put up these barriers and we make it more difficult, or we say, well, what do we all want to work on? When it's like, we just are trying to survive. We're just trying to keep our boats' holes plugged, for lack of a better term, from Tuomo. Great. Yeah. One last final question. I'd love to hear, after Tuomo's engaging speaking session, I would love to hear from each of you, and it can be pretty quick. What energy pillar is the first to go for you, right? out of that mental, emotional, physical, psychological, what is the energy pillar that is the first to go for you? And after hearing kind of our session today, what is your commitment moving forward, kind of as individual leader, individual contributor, person in general, human in general? What are you going to be focusing on? And David, we'll turn it over to you.
Well, if you're referring to those 6 pieces that Tuomo talked about, and I took good notes, that's why I'm looking down here. I'm going to be looking at plugging those leaks and making sure they don't pop up again. It feels like a cartoon sometimes where you plug one leak and the other, but the leak pops up somewhere else in the boat, right? And then you do it and it keeps happening, right? We've seen that in who knows how many cartoons, and the Three Stooges probably. And so it's really keeping them plugged and being able to then really take that energy and focus on getting better sleep. I mean, for me, that's where my area I lose a lot is my sleep. So that's what I'm going to work on moving forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm the same way. I'm on the sleep category. Tahmid, over to you. What is your leak, and what are you going to plug after this session?
So of the categories, I'd say mental, and indeed, I would say this is personal, but I think there is a universality of it, and I think it was Tuomo who said, 90% of the distractions are internal, and I think actually a lot of this for most people, if not all of us, is actually what's going on in our heads. And I would go as far as say that our realities are more based upon how we interpret them than necessarily the reality. That's why you can go into a cinema and hate it, and your friend loves it, or you can go into a day at work and not care about the fact that the sink isn't working versus the next day it drives you insane. So I think it's framing our minds in a way that we kind of separate our emotion or the reality versus what we are interpreting as the reality. So understanding that when something is annoying us, actually that's probably something saying something about us, and reflecting upon that, and therefore not getting too caught up in sort of our head. So that's what I think.
Love it. Thank you so much. I can resonate. It resonates with me for sure. Donna, I know. I think I'm going to guess your answer, but I'm not going to say it to the end.
No, just say it. Say it. Let's see if we're mind melding.
I think it's mental, maybe psychological, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm always checking in with my mental health, but honestly, I need to plug this sleep hole because I am a chronic insomniac. So always looking for a good cure, but I know that's in my head. That my brain is totally wired now to wake up 5 times a night. So
And
that's what I'm
Tuomo,
working on.
thank you so much. I agree. Tuomo, let's close us out, my friend. Close us out. What is the last thought? What are you working on, since you are the expert for this, but what are you working on personally, and closing us out for the rest of the day there?
Yeah, thank you so much, first of all, for the session and for the great panel and discussion. I took some notes on myself as well, and it's always learning. I think that's definitely something that I'm working on is the growth and development for sure, but just trying to be on that student seat more. I tend to try to teach a lot and try to offer advice and so on and so forth. So putting myself continuously on the student seat and the learner seat, it's something that I'm definitely need to learn more. And then I'm definitely working on the focus. I might talk about focus, but it's something that I continuously during the day have to bring myself back. It's almost like the meditation and mindfulness. Bring yourself back to the center line. When it's not if, but when you fall off, is like, okay, bring it back to the center line. What are we focusing on today? Instead of trying to let yourself drift too far. So yeah, I love it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, my friend. Loving. I'm going to have that visual in my mind. If you need nothing but today with this, going back to the center line. What is your center line? It's personal and individualized for each of us. Shift that focus when you're getting off track. I want to thank Tuomo, our speaker for today, Tahmid, Donna, David. Absolutely wonderful, my friends. Thank you so much for dressing for success and giving us such great insight and feedback that our listeners can hear. I even wrote down so many takeaways. I have sticky notes everywhere, by the way. So that concludes our workplace wellness and equity theme. I will turn it over to Marion. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic job, and just great to listen to all of that. And I was taking notes. So glad to be here for the last part, not least. We're now going to talk about reintegration of now, how do we do it? What's the cost of reintegration after burnout? And I have my partner in crime here, and a guy who, and I love your message there. I am a safe person, David Spinner. I'm a safe person too, but not for myself. I'm not very safe for myself, but that's good to see you, David. How are you?
I'm doing great, and yourself? I'm just enjoying the day and being able to take the day. You know, it's been busy so much leading up to this summer season, if you will. So being able to take these few hours and be present for this summit is such an incredible opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been an amazing conversation. Matter of fact, you know, we just not too many months ago did the big what we call the big wellness summit, but I'm almost thinking that this one here is delivering even a better experience for people. For those of you who are watching live, please repost in the comments where you're watching, and we're talking about this last part of this. How do we reintegrate? What's the cost of reintegration after burnout? And we have a panel that's going to join us for that. But our keynote speaker and the person who's going to launch this conversation is someone that we all know, and we see her behind the scenes, and we see her putting this together, and she's the driving force. But I'm really looking forward to her input. Sumana Jeddy, we're going to bring her on here in a moment. We also have some incredible speakers, a gentleman named Justin Manning, who helps impact-driven companies attract and retain quality talent by assigning affordable health and wellness benefits. And after more than a decade as a group and personal fitness trainer, he's completed his life license qualification program, and he's a Canadian investment funds course. And he just advises people and not just how to be healthy, but healthy in their work and healthy in their financials situation and stuff like that. So I think that's going to be amazing. One of the other panelists is who I'm excited to hear about as well is Pipke. Vic is a retired SWAT operator who served at a high level until a life-threatening injury ended his career. And now he's taken those skills that he learned that around working in that environment, and he realized that money troubles drove the majority of crime and social disorder, which we all seem to know that. Sometimes we miss out on the economic drivers of crime. He realized that helping people solve their financial challenges could be great service to help community. So I'm really excited about having Vic as part of the discussion. And Joshua Duarte is a husband and father of 3 children. He's lived in Brazil, US, and Canada. And Joshua has a primary focus on helping individuals and organizations create roadmaps for achieving long-term financial goals at Royal Bank of Canada. And he's motivated by meaningful work. And I'm just glad to have him. But our speaker, if Sumana is ready, if we can bring Sumana to the screen.
There she is.
So David and I know Sumana really well from a lot of different perspectives. And I'm glad to work with you, but let me introduce you. This is actually the very first, after all the work that you and I've done together, that I've gotten to give you a formal introduction. That's pretty cool.
That's
really
so cool. That is so cool.
It's so cool. She and I host Healthcare Thought Leadership Experience. We started together on Clubhouse, and we've got a whole lot going on, and that's how I got involved with this whole wellness movement due to Sumana. But Sumana is a content creator. You may have seen her TikTok. Her TikTok page is very creative. She's an educator, and she's a founder of a company called Jeddy Wellness, a company that really specializes in evidence-based workplace wellness strategies. She's also the founder and chair of the Workplace Wellness Summit Club, which you are witnessing our efforts. And she holds a master's degree in public health, has published 20 plus peer-reviewed infectious disease research articles, given talks at conferences across Canada and US. But let me tell you about Sumana. Sumana's heart and soul is focused on helping organizations create environments where wellness is not just a phrase, but it matters. Sumana, welcome, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Oh, this is so sweet. And you're right. We haven't really had a chance to. I mean, I got to introduce you a lot. You haven't really had a chance to introduce me. So it's always kind of a little overwhelming when you hear someone else say all these wonderful things about you. So thank you so much, Marion. I wouldn't have been able to even describe myself like that. So I really do appreciate being here. So this conversation over the next 30 minutes or so, well, 15 minutes I'm going to speak and then the panel comes in. It's going to be a little bit different because I am doing a slideshow presentation. So Marion, thank you so much for introducing me, and I'll see you back up here when we do the panel discussion. And Matt, if you don't mind, because I do want to see the comments on the side panel here. So in order for me to see that, it'll be great if Matt can drive the presentation, and I'll just say next, and he can hit that next button, and then we'll be able to sort of see the slide. So a little bit different from what you've seen some of the other speakers speak. This is more of a research study, because I do come from research, like Marion told you a little bit about who I am. Public health and research is something that I'm really passionate about. And what we're going to talk about over the next 12 to 15 minutes is this: cost of reintegration after burnout. What does that mean? And we have a panel of these amazing, incredible financial analysts and financial wellness officers, if I can call that, who are going to join me later to talk a little bit about that. So next slide, please. So what I really want you to learn and over the next little while is how the financial aspect of work-based wellness and equity fits with the burnout prevention process and the life after burnout. So I'm going to ask you, audience, a couple of really simple true or false questions. Let's go. The first question is, all I want you to do in the chat box here is just put a T or an F or an X or a check mark. The first question is, burnout is an important public health issue which leads to a plethora of chronic diseases. True or false? That is my question to you. So in the comment, if you're still watching, put your answers there. That's my first question to you. Next slide, Matt, please, is another question, which is a true or false. Burnout symptoms can persist over years, even when workers get psychological support or medical treatments. True or false? Now, this is an important question. Keep this question in the back of your mind as we kind of roll through the few slides that I have coming up. Again, put a true or false if you're watching. Next slide, please. The mean duration of sick leave from burnout is 2 to 3 months, but people may still experience burnout symptoms, for example, exhaustion, when they return to work. True or false? Again, a really important question as we start to think about what our life is going to look like when burned out employees, burned out millennials go back to work, and how much of that cost of our illness is not just costing us as the individual, but also costing the organization. Okay. I'm going to do a quick little check here. I see lots of truths. You guys all are wonderful. This means you're all winners. The answers to all the 3 questions was, of course, true. There are no false questions here. So that means you're very ready and set up for this presentation. So I'm just going to dive right in. Next slide, please. Now, I am Sumana. I am Sumana Jeddy. I am the founder of Jeddy Wellness. I'm also the founder of the Work-Based Wellness Summit Club. This club came together so organically. Jeddy Wellness came together so beautifully and organically. And there's only 3 things I think I want you to know about me. One is that I love public health and I love wellness. So that is something that is really deep down in my core that I'm really, really passionate about. Number 2, like Marion said, I make a lot of TikToks. Okay, I actually have my TikTok going right here. We're doing a live stream to TikTok as well. I make TikToks regularly to showcase that learning can still be fun, which leads me to my third point, which is that I do teach wellness and research so that you can practice strategies joyfully. Learning doesn't have to be boring. Research doesn't have to be boring, you guys. We can learn research in a lot of fun ways, and we can use those models, use some of the evidence that is presented in research to optimize the way that we work and the way that our workplace is working, as well as the way that we're going to function as individuals as well. Next slide, Matt. Thank you so much. You're so good at this. Before I talk about what return to work after burnout means, have a look at that definition. Basically, return to work after burnout means that you've gone on leave for burnout or stress management or whatever that may be, and you're back at work after a long period of time. Now, in the first or the second slide that I showed you, the third slide that I showed you, I said a minimum number of months that people take for burnout leave or stress leave, as they call it, is about 2 to 3 months. I personally took 3 months off from work when I physically and mentally could not function. And next slide, please. So the longer our burnout, the longer it is going to be for us to reintegrate and return back to work. That I'm sure makes a lot of sense to a lot of people. So put a yes or a no in the comment if that makes sense. The longer you are away from the office on a leave, the harder it is going to be for you to reintegrate back to work. And the reasons for that are there's your economic reasons, there's your psychological reasons, there's also personal reasons. You may have fear of coming back to work, you're losing income, you're not earning as a lot of money. There's a lot of people who get maybe 70% of their income, maybe 40% of their income. And then because you're not earning as much, you now want to go back to work. And when you do go back to work, there's a sense of fear and you don't feel fully fulfilled when you're back at work. Next slide, please. So what I also want to talk about here is not just return to work, because return to work just by itself, RTW is the word that I'll use. Return to work by itself is not just, hey, let's just talk about return to work as a strategy. The key word here, okay, pay attention to this. The key word here is quality. The quality of return to work should be considered to sustainably restore the wellness of the worker after a burnout episode. We don't just want to give them some kind of cookie cutter return to work program. We want to give them quality return to work program. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that in the next slide. So let's move on to the next slide. There's 3 things I'm going to share with you over the course of this presentation, and then 3 more strategies as well after that. I always call them wellness shots, but because this is research, I'm not going to call them wellness shots. They're just 3 things from that study that I have pulled. So the first thing is that employees who do return to work after their burnout and they're looking for that quality are seeking better demands to resource balance. Now, this is pretty simple. Tuomo talked a little bit about this. We started the day off with the flow conversation and even the mental health and belonging piece. When your job demands are high and when your resources for that job is low, what do you think is going to happen? You can put the answer in the comment because it's quite simple. You're probably going to get super stressed out. And when that chronic stress continues, you're going to burn out. So what workers are seeking when they do come back to work after a period of being away from work is a balance. Is my demands and my resources going to be the same, or am I going to be off balance again? And if I'm going to be off balance, I may not enjoy the focus of my work as much. I may be very unproductive, etc., etc. Next slide, please. The second thing that employees are seeking, and this is huge, is the ability to be mobile, the access and the opportunity to try something different. You know, we talked about this in the flow session this morning, which was amazing. We want to be able to come back into our workplaces and perhaps the original workplace, the original job, the original task, the original commitments that we were doing for the workplace after burnout don't match our burnout state after return to work. So what we want sometimes, what employees are seeking, and I know I was seeking that when I went back to work, is I was having a really hard time looking at data for a very long time. I love research, but looking at numbers and data and analytics was really not working with the condition of my brain. So what I was seeking, or what I was pleading, was, can we change a few priorities of my job so that I can function in the most optimal way? So employees are also seeking that. Of course, it's very important for employers to work with employees to start them off at the job that they started. However, listen to them. If they are actively telling you that perhaps I need to be a little bit more mobile and try something different, work with them to give them access to those resources. Next slide, please. I love the comments as well. So thank you so much for keeping those comments coming in. Now, this is the most important thing of the presentation, is that employees are also seeking support. Supervisor support is critical. I'm going to say this again, critical when we are expecting a return to work employee after burnout to come back to work and you want them to be optimized. You want a supervisor who is going to be available and willing to work with you and meet you at the level that you are. Everyone's level is going to be very different. For high performers, I'm a high performer. So for me, I don't want to go back and do something that's going to be really boring, that's not going to be very challenging, but I also don't want to do something that is overly challenging because I'm not at that state yet. So supervisors, please pay attention. Please listen to your employees and actively be involved. Next slide, please, because I'm going to ask you guys a quick question here. And my question here is, out of the 3 things that I shared, which one do you think is the strongest determinant for supporting employees who resume work after burnout? There's 3 things that I shared. They're on the list right there. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Put your answers in the comment, because I'm going to give you the answer in just a hot second here. But I'd love to know from you, is it the job demands and resource balance, or is it the mobility, or is it the supervisor support that is the strongest determinant for that quality of work? What am I seeing here? Hopefully I'll see some answers here in just a second. While you guys are typing the answers, because I know there's a bit of a delay here on LinkedIn and Restream, I'll give you the answer. The answer is on the next slide, which is supervisor support. Supervisor support. Belinda, you already gave me the answer. You win a huge cookie from me. Hopefully, when I see you, I'll give you a cookie. The strongest supervisor support is the strongest determinant. And there's a variety of different reasons for that I've listed there. I can't really see the slides very clearly from where I'm standing. But the reason that we want supervisors to be involved in this is because as you start to obtain the goal attainment that employees are looking for, if you are starting with smaller goals for the employee that's returned back to work, remember, they are not functioning the way that they used to function. So you want to be able to support them in a way so they can start to obtain that spiraling goal attainment and start to gain that sense of comfort and gain a sense of belonging when they do come back to work. Because what happens when you burn out is you do lack that competence. You feel like, I don't feel competent to work. Put your hand up or put it in the comment and tell me if you've experienced burnout and you go back to work and you feel like, oh my God, I can't do the job that I once used to be able to do. There's probably areas of your job that you feel that you're not competent enough. I can tell you right now, I was not competent to even curl my hair. And I used to curl my hair every single day. I still curl my hair now. But the basic competence of curling your hair or just, doing your regular work, that need for competence comes from supervisor support. So please, supervisors, if you're listening, pay attention to your burned out employees when they're coming back to work, because they do need you more than you think that they need you. So next slide, please. I'm going to share with you now 3 things as well. These are some key points that I want workplaces, if you're working in a workplace, these are things that you can do in your workplace as actionable strategies. And number 1, this was a question that I posted on LinkedIn yesterday as a poll, and I asked you a true or false. A lot of people said true, which is the right answer, is that employers carry a considerable responsibility in creating equitable and inclusive workplaces so that ex-burnout patients can tackle all of those return to work barriers. There's many return to work barriers, and every person will have a different barrier that they're going to have that they're challenged with. So one example of what employers can do is to create a rehabilitation program that is specific for burned out employees and find some of those challenges and work towards solutions for when they do come back, they are ready and available to tackle these challenges. Next slide, please, is another strategy that I have for you, which is that supervisors need to show empathy, concern, and fairness towards returning workers. Now, empathy, concern, fairness, we've heard these words before. Jennifer Moss was on a wellness talks with me a few weeks ago, and she also described a few different ways that if you don't have empathy innately with you, which a lot of us probably are maxed out with our empathy right now, there are ways to train supervisors to gain empathy within their workplace. And one way to do that, and Diane Allen mentioned this as well in the flow theory session, was give them training, give them access to training, bring people like Nicole North, bring people like David Spinner, who are consultants who teach communication, who teach these strategies to employers. Marion Karr also does something like that. So bring people in and train supervisors so they can gain these skills to help burn out employees. The next slide is the 3rd strategy that employers can do, which is to bring in coaches. Now, when I burnt out, I did not have access to coaches. I actually don't even know that anything like a burnout coach or a consultant existed, but coaches can now provide strategies to individuals in their environment. And this will enhance that feeling of competence that they've lost. And this is especially important if those coaches are available in the workplace, but if you can even just have a directory of coaches that are available in your local geographic area, provide those resources to your burnt out employees. They need it. They want to be able to find the person, do a little bit of a bio search and say, yes, I want to work with this person because this person matches my vibe and this works for me. And a lot of that can be done through wellness programs as well. So when you create wellness programs within your organization, put these components in there. Put the name and address and LinkedIn and TikTok of all these individuals that are doing amazing work. Put the information of wellness consultants and financial wellness consultants like we have in our panel in that brochure, because you never know what challenges that you're feeling. Next slide, please. There's one of the biggest challenges that I remember when I was going through my burnout as well was, not having access to a lot of these resources. So why should you care about any of this stuff? Why does any of this stuff matter to workplace wellness and equity? It matters. It matters because for all this, the last maybe 2 or 3 years, we've been talking about recovery. We've been talking about prevention. Recovery and prevention and public health mean two different things. But what we're not talking about is also rehabilitation. Rehabilitation for employees when they return to back after burnout is an important pillar that is being missed. And we need to bring that back into our workplaces. And that conversation can only happen if we start to really apply all the different strategies from the employer perspective. Because let's be real, employees are probably not in the right headspace to do the additional research, find that financial wellness advisor. They are maxed out. They don't have capacity. So this is why we should care. Next slide, please. Now, I remember spending thousands of dollars on my own sort of personal wellness as well. And one of the things that I really struggled with was chronic disease management. And a lot of people probably don't know this. And if you do know it, put it in the comment. Chronic diseases after burnout is very, very common. And how much money do you think our economy is spending on chronic disease management? Because of lost productivity, the number is right there. You can look on the slide. $122 million in Canada alone, according to the Public Health Agency of Canada. I didn't look up the stats for some of the other countries, but chronic disease management is not a joke, because after you burn out, you're going through all kinds of challenges in your body and you do develop chronic diseases. I developed chronic anxiety. It sucks. It's probably not the worst of it all, but there are people who develop hypertension, diabetes, chronic pain, and we are spending thousands of dollars on managing those chronic diseases because we have maxed out all of our benefits from just being away from work in that leave of absence. Next slide, please. We're almost to the end, so hang on tight. And the reason I think chronic diseases are important in this discussion about wellness and workplace equity is because our health benefits do max out. And there's a lot of people who are struggling in their health and wellness because they don't have money. And there are a lot of people that are now paying out of pocket expenses because they don't have the capacity. Individuals are spending 3 times to 4 times more cost for their health benefits because they have chronic diseases now because of their burnout. And this actually ends up inevitably impacting the workplace as well, because now the workplace is having to pay more cost for managing the employees that are there. This is a downstream kind of a domino effect, because if one employee is burnt out and if they're not feeling well, then the caseload and the workload has to be managed by somebody else, and then they're burning out, and then go on and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Perfect. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier as well. The cost that I have spent, I can't even tell you the real cost because it might shock you, but I'll just say thousands of dollars were spent on me managing my chronic disease, which at the moment is just anxiety, but anxiety is not a pleasant thing to have. And it really does suck when I'm constantly having to find different things to manage my anxiety. It's a lot better now, but during the course of my burnout, dollars spent were unbelievable. And guess what? I wouldn't even flinch. I would go to work so I could earn money, so I could pay for my chronic disease management, because hey, that's the only thing I can do. And I wouldn't flinch to even spend $500 or $200 for any kind of treatment that I can get to keep the anxiety low, because it was always there and it would get worse when I was at work. And the treatment and traditional benefits that we have, like I said, don't actually end up supporting us the way that we do. And if supervisors are not helping us, find the right balance. And if the workload for me was still high, actually it was quadrupled when I went back, so the job demands and resource balance was out of the question, my pleas for changing direction for mobility were not met. And finally, supervisor support from me was not even available. So combine that with a toxic workplace and combine that with psychological unsafety, you're looking at a complete loss of an individual's performance that used to perform at 100% is now probably performing at a negative 100%. So it's really, really bad if you look at it from the individual perspective, but the employer is losing talent, losing a person that can potentially work but is unable to work because they don't have the supports available. Next slide, please. So I'll end by saying this: it cannot be business as usual if you are not providing your high performers a return to work after burnout plan. This needs to exist in your organization, and if it doesn't exist yet, please bring that in. We cannot have a system where return to work employees are feeling lost and confused. We want to be able to change. Of course, prevention is our number one strategy. So prevention is at the top of the pyramid. We want to do what we can to do prevention, and a lot of the courses that I teach to workplaces are dependent on those prevention level strategies. But after that comes this ability to give employees the benefits that they need. Ask them, what is it that you want? Can I please have a conversation with you? David mentioned that as well in our conversation with Tahmid and Donna and Hannah. The ability to just talk it out and find out the solutions that the employees need, that is really critical, and give them what they want, and don't just give them a cookie cutter blanket wellness plan and financial benefits that they're not going to use. At the time, I didn't want to get physiotherapy because I don't really care for physiotherapy as an example. What I wanted was anxiety support. I wanted a brochure with all the information that's possibly available in the Edmonton area that will allow me to get the anxiety support that I needed, and for me not to have to pay these dollars out of pocket. Because like I said, if I'm constantly working to pay off the debt that I've accumulated because I don't have benefits, it's unintentionally worsening my burnout. I'm going to go into a relapse most likely, and a lot of people also have a fear that we may not be as competent as we once used to be. So those are some of the strategies that I want to really share with you, and I want to bring the panel up so we can discuss. The next couple of slides will just share with you the research and the study that I pulled all of this from, and that's about it. I am so looking forward to talking about wellness benefits and financial wellness benefits, particularly because, like I said, we are struggling. Millennials are struggling. We are losing money. We're losing our health and wellness, and this is not the time to do that. I am so happy that you listened, and thank you so much for your engagement.
Sumana, you were absolutely outstanding. That slide deck really encapsulates a lot of what we've been talking about all day, really. And will you be able to put that up as later after the show as a carousel so people can access it? Will you do that? I could not keep up. There was so much good stuff. So to keep the conversation going. So thank you, Sumana, for all that. Great to have you, Vic and Josh. I introduced you briefly earlier, but love for you just to take maybe a minute apiece. Vic, first introduce yourself, and then Josh, and then we'll jump right into the questions. And we got it. You're muted, I believe. I think we're having Matt, if you can reach out to him. I think we're having some of the same technical. It's not your situation, Vic. There were some issues with the restream. Josh, if let's try your mic, and Vic, and Matt, if you could message Vic and get that resolved.
Mic check.
Hey, Josh.
Mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Got you. We got you. Yeah. Poor Vic, the victim of this session. Anyway.
No, that's completely fine. Nice to meet everyone. My name is Josh. I've been in the banking industry, financial industry, close to 10 years. It'll be 10 years in September. I've held a number of different roles within the bank, from advisory roles, leadership roles. I did a lot of hiring and training for about 3 to 4 years in my career. And I absolutely love this session. I think it's so brilliant. I'm really excited to get into it. I'll resume. I'm a talker. I know Marion gave me a minute, so I'll turn it back to you, Marion. Excited to be here.
No, it's great. We're working on Vic's sound. Vic, do we have you working yet? You want to try it again? I think Matt's connecting with you on that.
You may just have to hop out, Vic, and then pop back in. And I know we're also waiting on Justin Manning to show up as well. So hopefully he'll show up. But Vic, just pop off and then close your browser and then pop back in. And there's Justin while Vic is testing his microphone. Let's test mic check. Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Awesome, Justin. Great. And everybody's working. This is one of the challenges with all the different platforms. If I was a programmer, I would create an app that would aggregate all the logins for every platform and make them work seamlessly. But I'm not a programmer. Justin, we're glad to have you. I actually got to introduce you before you were on the screen. But it would love for you maybe just to share briefly, and then we're going to jump right into the questions. I loved reading about your bio about being in the fitness industry or being around and being a fitness trainer, but also working with companies. So Justin, share a little bit about yourself, and then we're going to jump right into the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to be here. The first thing I'll say is I'm coming to you guys from British Columbia, Canada. So it's important that I honor, acknowledge, and respect that this is home on the traditional unceded territories of many Indigenous peoples of Canada. So I went from financial fitness coach to financial coach. They're very similar in that we're meeting people where they are at. And meeting people where they're at, the first step is establishing where they currently are. There's the saying that you can have the best map in the world, but if you don't know your starting point, that end point is essentially impossible. So helping people get to where they want to go is exactly what I do. And I have my own story on the fitness and financial side about stigma and everything that goes along with that and the lack of knowledge. And so I'm just happy to be here. I don't know it all, but I'm happy to support everybody who's here. So thank you.
Absolutely great. Vic, do we have you back on? Do we have sound there?
I hope so. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, you know what? If you need things blown up, I can help you. Don't ask me to do anything technological, okay?
Of all the panelists we've ever had, I'm the most jealous of those who can know how to blow stuff up.
It's a pretty unique skill.
It's a very unique skill. It's a skill that I've longed to have. And but anyway, so let's talk. Okay, blowing things up. Let's talk about that. I want to tie into that. When we think about burnout, a lot of people left their jobs. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people, had to step away, and their financial situation became dire for a lot of people, layoffs and furloughs, et cetera. I'd love for the panelists on it, and we'll start with you, Sumana, but then we're going to come around and love to hear Vic and Justin's joke. Why is wellness within the context of our finances so critical, and why is it critical that organizations need to focus on that as part of this reintegration? Sumana?
Thank you for this question. It's funny that I actually didn't even think about it when I was in it, when I was suffering through it and thinking about ways to return back to work. Mm-hmm. I didn't really think about my financial wellness at all. It was always in the back of my mind. I was like, whatever, I'm getting my 2 week, every 2 weeks I'm getting a paycheck, and I'm spending all of this money on my health and wellness. It wasn't until much later that an RBC does a really good job of showing you like a really nice dashboard of where your money is going. And I remember looking at it over winter one time, and I was like, oh my goodness, I have spent so many thousands of dollars on just my wellness. And that number compared to pre-burnout and then and before and after burnout was significantly higher. And I thought to myself, why is nobody in the organization teaching millennials, teaching employees to think about their wellness? In fact, I wasn't even given like a handout of any sort. I was just given like, you're not well, I'd like you to take some time off. And I was escorted out of the office. 3 months later, I come back, and then it's business as usual, which is why I put that slide which said business cannot be as usual, because who's paying for all of the money that I've spent on just rehabilitation years after my burnout? So that I think is really important, because we need to start talking about money early on and not while we're in it, because while you're in it, you're not thinking straight. So that's my answer.
Josh, I'd love to hear your input on it as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely critical. I believe that the financial wellness has an impact that spreads throughout your entire life. When you think about your financial readiness to be able to adapt to change, it can actually increase your stress. So if we think before 2020, those that were financially prepared for the unexpected, they were able to absorb and adapt with their circumstances. But those that didn't really have a financial plan, didn't have a strategy, they saw the brunt of the effects of being unprepared. I think when I work with clients, one of the most important questions, and one of my primary questions is, what's the goal that you want to be able to achieve? And sometimes we always think so far ahead. We think retirement, we think, I want to buy a house, I want to do this. But I think some of the questions that we have to ask is, my goal is to be happy with the current life I have right now without having to escape from it. And there is an impact of finance in that, right? Are you living beyond your means? Is the lifestyle that you're looking for outside of current circumstances? Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Is the lifestyle that you're looking for outside of your financial means? And how do you consolidate both of that so you can be living your best life and managing those goals as well? So hopefully it doesn't sound too scattered, but I think it's a holistic approach that I think is really incredibly important to our modern lives.
Actually on point, Justin, and I know we're kind of being repetitive of this question, but I think it's foundational to our conversation, and particularly from your perspective, what are some of the key reasons why that having organizations help their employees focus on that financial well-being? What are some things you could add to that?
Well, very simply put, financial stress is the biggest stressor that Canadians face. So why? That's the answer why. And digging a little bit deeper, organizations have a responsibility to do as much as they can to take, we'll say for a lack of better words, bad decisions away from their team. And when it comes to financial wellness and taking bad decisions away from their team, having conversations and actual strategies in place to make that happen with wellness programs, group savings plans, whatever it might be, that's how an organization can take bad decisions away and help their staff. And like I said, the reason why the responsibility of the organization is because financial stress, financial wellness is the #1 stress in Canada.
Absolutely on point. And Vic, I'm gonna redirect this conversation briefly from your perspective. Okay. I think one of the things I read about in your profile was that you came out of this law enforcement side, and you recognize that a lot of crime is driven by economic factors, right? And the other thing that can happen in the wellness situation financially is people, they're so stressed that they might compromise their ethics and they might make bad decisions at work. I'd love for you maybe to speak on financial wellness in terms of helping people stay ethically connected and focused. I know I redirected the question. Sumana's like, Marion, why are you're not reading the script? But I think it was really important for companies to think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we talk about financial wellness, I mean, there's really two sides of this, right? I think when we think about, on the individual side, empowering employees through education so they can make informed decisions for themselves. I think so many employees, they feel disconnected from their financial lives. They feel like a spectator and they have no control over it, right? So they're hopeless. And the worst thing you can have in a person's life is a life without hope. And so when you educate somebody, you make them a participant in their financial life, and they feel empowered now. And so you give them that power back, and now they're free to do a lot more things that they thought they could. And you actually show them a path that isn't something that's that far off in the distant that they thought they could, or you show them things that they thought were never possible before that they could actually achieve. So I think that's the first step. The second step is, from a company standpoint, like Sumana said, like we started a I call it our SWAT program appropriately, a strategic workplace assistance team, right? To go in and show companies, hey, look, because of all these statistics, all the stuff, like from a company standpoint, you're losing because you're not educating your staff, because your staff are struggling, because your staff are unhealthy, because they are absent, because they are spending time at work planning their finances. You're losing a month of productivity every year because they're too busy focusing on other things. You're losing all this stuff. And guess what? You know what's a greater stress to your staff is if you lose all this money and you go out of business next year, that's an extra stress to your staff. So you have an ethical obligation to stay in business. So you want to talk about ethics? I think we have an ethical obligation as financial planners, as a financial industry, to keep you in business first so that we don't add to the stress that your employees are already facing. And one of the best ways to do that is get into these businesses and say, hey, look, what can we do to help you increase that financial health of your staff, which is going to improve their morale. It's going to be better for them going to work. It's going to be a better integration experience for them. It's going to keep you, better situated in your business, keep you open. It's going to keep you sustaining a job for that family, to be able to keep providing for them.
I absolutely agree. David Spinner, my co-host, who's in the back room helping us keep up. He had made too many companies don't realize that. Great, strong words, Vic. Louder for those at the top, and I totally agree with this. So one of the things this Wellness Summit has been focused on is looking at all these different aspects through the lens of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and it's not limited. Financial wellness shouldn't be limited to just talking about it from the perspective of that. Question to the panel, and I'll start with you, Sumana, and then how can financial wellness act as a key lever in DEI initiatives? Why is that important?
Yeah, when I was thinking about this question as well, as I was posing this to the panel, when we think about our wellness, and again from the millennial perspective, when I look at the thousands of dollars that I've spent post burnout, and looking back to see, well, why weren't these conversations about equitable solutions presented to me before I burned out? So a really good DEI lever could be, for organizations like Vic mentioned earlier, is really just to start. And I'm a huge believer of continuous learning, and we need to start to train employees to learn better and have them learn these tactics and learn these strategies continuously. Now we do these summits, we do them once a month. We're always back on LinkedIn to share these strategies with you, is because we're going to forget very quickly what we learned a month ago. So when we think about psychological safety and a culture of inclusivity and mental health strategies, we definitely want the leaders at the top to be walking the talk. But we also, I know I would have benefited tremendously, and so would a lot of my colleagues and coworkers, if we had someone like Josh or Justin or Vic come in and say, hey, today we're going to have a conversation about financial wellness in the workplace, not a lunch and learn. We're not going to use our lunchtime to talk about this. We're going to do it at a time where you pay me to come to the session, and I'm going to give you all of my attention. So learning and development for me in that DEI bucket, I think, is a really important lever, and we can constantly learn and adapt to new skills. And I think technology, as a part B to that, is to add technology to it. There's never been a dashboard at work that I have seen which tells me, Sumana, these are your benefits that you've spent. Maybe Alberta Blue Cross, again, I'm talking Canadian stuff here. Alberta Blue Cross may give me, like a year-end kind of financial statement, but I am not seeing regularly what those benefits are, how am I using these benefits, and how am I maxing out these benefits. So a visual representation of maybe our financial wellness with our workplace wellness, and using some kind of technology to support that, and continuous learning, I think would be wonderful DEI initiatives.
Yeah, we've got Patro Winter is chimed in and says, love this discussion about financial equity within the organization with the DEI lens. Examining wage differentials with the critical lens is so critical. Justin, I'd love to have your input, and then Josh as well on this question. And then Patra has another question. I may be pronouncing her name wrong, but I apologize if I'm so. So what are your thoughts, Justin?
Yeah, from a DEI lens, I think it's really important to acknowledge that we are all unique. We are all different, and we all have our communities that we want to give back to. So to Vic's point about being empowered, it's critical to focus on financial wellness, to empower the employee who then can empower their community, give back. That might even just be their own family or their own household. So the diversity of our employees needs to be recognized. And to Sumana's point, thankfully, here we are in 2022. Since everything happened a couple of years ago, the industry has made great strides to allow an organization to the technical term is called classing, to class out certain benefits, to acknowledge that difference and acknowledge and really with brass tacks dollars allocate what is important to whom, and really take care of your team in that way. So I think that from a diversity standpoint, I'm really interested in how everybody is unique. They all have their own family and community, and how can we empower them to empower others? Because, the whole term mentorship is not just reserved for the exclusive entrepreneur at the top. I think we can all mentor those around us.
Love it.
As well. Vic, anything? Oh no, let's go to Josh. I didn't mean to skip you a while ago, but I was really interested in what Justin had to say as well. What are your thoughts on how financial situations can really differ depending on where people are coming from, and how can we look at it from a DEI lens where we're providing a much better support, I guess is the question.
I think the answer is right there. You said understanding where people are coming from. Sumana's financial journey might be different than Justin's, and mine might be different than Marion's, because we may come from different places. Culturally, some families speak about money, some families do not. And that might not even be geographically, it might be from neighborhood to neighborhood. And that fact of a parent saying, hey, we don't talk about money at home, that can actually handicap some professionals going through life and not understanding how to get that information, almost having a stigma of saying, hey, I don't know anything about money, right? I've been very lucky to be able to work within RBC and have the opportunity to go into different businesses and provide financial literacy to employees due to the fact that they may not have had access to a financial planner. They may not have had access to financial planning strategies, because there might be a stigma that only the 1%ers or the rich people have access to financial planning. Meanwhile, access to an advisor should be a benefit that all employees have access to. Now, I think that from the financial side, there has to be a change in the industry as well, that we're going in and we're focusing on what's ethically best for the client versus anything else. I think historically, a lot of people have a little bit of mistrust and think, oh, there's going to be a sale here. But I think there is a strategy to build a relationship. And when you build a relationship with an individual, that's when the true achievement happens personally for those employees. So as an employer, exactly what Sumana said, how do we remove the lunch and learn and say, hey, if you want to have access to this type of service, please know that we have a designated Vic, we have a designated Justin. He's going to be coming in here into the office, sitting down with you, giving you that support. Because yes, an employee who's not thinking about, am I going to be able to send my kids to school, or am I going to be able to make my budget, is going to be an individual who's more focused in their day-to-day activities.
Absolutely great answer, Vic. I'd love your just to unpack it just a little bit more, and then we have about 8 more minutes, so we're going to keep going.
I agree a lot with what Josh said. Right, I think really what it comes down to is constant, continuous communication. right? I think the old industry, and I love what Josh said, we've got to get away from that old thought, right? That old industry where things were on a deadline. It was all about high net worth people. It's not like that anymore, right? The lower and middle income families, they're the ones that are being left behind, the ones that are struggling. They're the ones that need the help. And the one thing I love the most is walking into a family's home, and we don't even bring out paperwork or anything like that. My first question is to them, what are your goals and dreams? And I don't want you to talk realistically. If time and money were not an issue, what would you do with your life? When's the last time you think someone ever asked them that?
Rarely.
It doesn't happen, right? Yeah. You go walk into work and your boss says, hey, I want to know if time and money weren't an issue, what you would do with your family. It doesn't happen. And then you start to show them how to dream again. And you don't worry about any of the other stuff. You just find out what's really, truly important to these people, because what's important to me isn't important to you. And you really boil down what's really significant to individual people, because, like we've said, everyone is unique. You can't cookie cutter solution these things. Everyone deserves a unique solution, a unique perspective to their plan, right? Some people might not need insurance, some might not like investing, some might. I'm not going to tell you what you want, but guess what? I'm going to give you a really awesome education. I'm going to provide you with a whole bunch of value, and then you're going to tell me the direction that we're going to go once you have the information to make an informed decision. Right?
Yeah,
Well,
I'll just make one comment if that's okay, Vic. When we're thinking about bringing, and this is really cool because you guys are all so diverse in your in where you come from. When workplaces are trying to recruit financial planners and wellness planners into their cohorts, I think it's important to have all of you there. Right? Because I don't know who I'm going to like working with. Maybe I like working with Vic. Maybe I like working with Josh. Maybe I like working with Marion. I don't know. Right? Because again, that cultural diversity piece really comes into play. And we want to have a good rapport. And a lot of organizations might just give you one name. I know there was one name that I was given one time when I asked a question about personal development or something like that. One person's name was given to me. I didn't even like that person. There was no vibe there. So I think that's another piece to this question is when we're thinking about DEI, give us that platter, give us the menu. Don't just give us one name, one program that's during a lunch and learn and expect all of us to show up and not participate in our wellness. I just wanted to say that, Vic. I'll just hand it back to you.
Yeah. And you know what? I think that's a good point. And I think so many times we think that the sandbox is small and we want to kick everyone else out of the sandbox. I mean, I would love to go into a meeting with Justin and Josh and see how we can collaborate and help more people, because everyone needs help. I'm sorry, there's not a limited number of people that need help. Every day another person is born. Every day another person needs more help. Right. So it's not like there's a limit on the number of people that we're going to go out and help every day. So, to try and, take your ball and I'm going to guard my ball and I'm going to take my ball and go home and I'm not going to play with my way. Those days are gone. Like, get rid of it. We got to change our mindset. This business is 90% mindset, 10% skill set. If I can learn how to do this, anyone can learn how to do this. It's all up here now. Right.
What an exciting idea of bringing you all in the room. So as an employer, we only have about 3 minutes left, so I really want to jump right to this. As an employer who may be looking at wellness now through a different lens, saying, wait a minute, financial wellness is important, but I don't know where to start. Here's the question to the panel, and we'll start with you, Sumana. Actually, let's start with Josh, and then Justin and Vic, and then Sumana. I'd like for you to wrap up. If I'm an employer that says, you know what, I need to be committed to financial wellness as a key component of what I'm doing for retention and support of my employees, where should I start first? Josh.
Absolutely. It's a great question. For those that are in Canada, if you're an employer, first thing that you should have is a defined contribution pension plan for your employees. I think a lot of times employers don't realize that historically speaking, everyone had access to a defined benefit plan. You work so many years, you get a paycheck when you retire. Nowadays, it's not so much. So are you setting them up with a savings plan? And historically, it was quite expensive to have one of those set up, especially if you have a smaller company. Nowadays, there are other options that are available. So that's number one. Number two, find out from your employees how many of them would like to actually have a sit down with a financial plan, right? A lot of times we want to think for them, but truly, if we just ask them, because every cohort might be a little bit different, what is important for you? Where are we missing the mark? Because there's a revolution in the employee benefits, and your employees want to be part of that. So that's what I have to share.
Awesome. Justin.
Well, I would like to say go to justinmanning.com, but
Yeah,
I won't.
there you go. That's good. You could do that.
What I will say is, like Josh was saying, for those in Canada, I would really recommend checking out Benefits Canada. You can find that website online, and I think that there's a whole ton of information. If it's for someone for an employer or a leader who does not know where to start, doesn't have that connection with a Vic, with a Josh, with a Justin, I would recommend definitely checking out Benefits Canada. I think that there is a ton of information on there about financial wellness, physical wellness. It does speak to the cutting edge nature that Josh was talking about, the revolution that is happening currently right now. So to stay up to date on trends, if you don't already have a relationship or relationships, my recommendation would be Benefits Canada.
Absolutely outstanding. And Vic.
Yeah, and I'll echo what Josh said, right? I think, knowing exactly what your employees want is the first step. That's the foundation, right? Don't go trying to, bring all these fancy things in just to realize that your employees really don't care about that stuff, right? Like we helped a dental office, and they're like, oh, we want to bring all these benefits in, and just to realize that they don't want anything because they're an older group of people who are their families already have all these benefits and stuff. So they don't want all that.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, we go do all this work and now they don't want it, right? So it's like, well, if we had known that ahead of time, we would have saved everyone a lot of time and effort, right? So just really be focused and clear on what it is you're trying to accomplish. And that starts with a conversation. I think too many times there's a disconnect between management and your employees. So having that open line of communication, it's got to start from there and understand exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
Outstanding. And Sumana, we are up against the hour, so I'm going to hand it off to you to final thoughts and close us out.
For me, as you guys were talking, I was just thinking about that last slide, and what I said in that last slide was really reimagining and reinventing financial wellness for your employees and being very clear. If you know that you're looking at your data right now and the data is showing you that there's lots of productivity, there's a lot of burned out employees, there's return to work, and that's causing them relapse and they're going back into a burnout state, what do they actually want when they're in that state? They probably want more access to mental health and therapy, number one. They probably want access to social supports, give them that as a benefit. They probably want access to coaches and consultants that they can use their wellness dollars so that they can spend it. I never had that. When I want a consultant or a coach, again, I'm spending money out of my pocket because the only people I could see for my mental health was a registered therapist or a psychologist or a psychiatrist. There was nothing below that, and a lot of coaches and consultants are not really registered. So why not add that as a secondary layer to allow them to perform better and get that competence back? Because your therapist sure is going to help you. They're phenomenal, but maybe I don't want to go see my therapist every week. Maybe every other week I want a coach or a consultant. So use data to make informed decisions. Look at the little bumps and peaks and see which group is burning out. If there's an older generation, younger generation, what do they want? Nobody wants kombucha on tap. Don't give me that. I don't want another gym membership. I can go work up on myself. Give me something else.
I want kombucha on tap. Where'd you get
Me too.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Sour apple kombucha.
We don't have that on the mountain. So
the vegan financial advisor. I know Justin loves kombucha on tap.
Justin's got it covered. Yeah, Justin's got it covered. Well, absolutely great. Thank you all for being a part of this amazing discussion and part of the summit. It's an honor. This is the first time I've gotten to meet all of you, Vic and Josh and Justin. I look forward to learning more from you guys. And this concludes this section of the micro summit, and I think we're wrapping up now. Sumana, any final words? Thank you all for being a part, and everyone in the audience.
Thanks,
my
everyone.
partner, David Spinner, covering the questions on the back. Thank you for being a part of it.
I love it. I mean, the panel, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I mean, so beautifully or organically, you all said yes to me. So I'm deeply grateful for the yes, because this conversation on financial wellness is something that we haven't had before. And I wanted to bring that in to really boost our equity and wellness conversation. So I'm really, really grateful that you all said yes. I want to have more one-on-one conversations with you, so I might have to ping you on that and figure that out. But you're welcome to say goodbye while we bring a couple of our moderators back up on stage. So thank you so much, and we'll see you soon,
Yes.
panel members.
Take care.
Bye, Vic. Bye, Josh. Bye, Justin.
Bye.
I appreciate you. Love that. So any of the moderators, if you're still hanging around, David, Hannah, Nicole, hop up on stage with us, because we're going to do a sort of a final wrap up here. We'd love to have all the moderators on stage to do a final wrap up. Who else is here? David, let's go. Who else do we have here?
I get
Hannah.
a wardrobe change.
Yes, you change your wardrobe. This is my sort of final wrap up with the moderators. I want to thank you so much for your incredible panel moderation and your incredible engagement with the comments that were coming through. Thank you so much. You guys were great. Of course, I am super grateful also to Matt in the back supporting literally everything. This has been the most seamless summit that we've done, so I'm so happy. I want to ask you a question, because you haven't answered a lot of my questions. My one question is, what have you learned from the summit? Give me one takeaway that you've learned. It can be from a speaker, a panel member, just something you've discovered that you'd like to share with us. We'll go to Nicole first.
Sure. I think the one big kind of thing I asterisked on my giant Post-it note, the biggest Post-it note on the planet.
I love it.
We have agency over our energy and our focus, but we don't have agency over time because it's limited. And that is a interesting mindset shift for someone who's been in burnout before, to kind of redirect my mindset to what I do have control over. So thank you, Tuomo.
Yes. Marion, what have you learned over the last couple of 4 hours?
A lot. I've learned a lot, but I think, and the most current thing is that financial wellness is something that we need to talk about more, and we need to get leaders bought into. I just think about my personal life of being an entrepreneur and having businesses that have been very successful and businesses that failed miserably, and the stresses of that. And from an employer perspective, having people working for me. And I mean, I think there's a whole lot to unpack, but that last conversation, that's meat on the bone. I mean, that's stuff we really need to tie into, and from a DEI lens and all these different other perspectives. So I think that's a topic we need to go deeper on. So that's what I learned.
Love that. David, what have you learned?
Purpose, focus, energy, and resilience. Tuomo said those 4 words right off the bat, those 4 pillars. And then everything that followed was just, it resonated huge with me, and plugging those leaks, and making sure we do that. So certainly a good walk away piece for me that I'm going to be employing as of now.
Love that. I'd also just want to ask you one more question, which is, why are you so passionate about Workplace Wellness Summit? This is your 4th time. I think we've done the 2 annuals. Oh, the 3rd time, the 2 annuals and a micro. Why are you so passionate about it, Nicole?
It started out because I was seeing participants in my classes expressing that they were suffering from burnout, or I was hearing leaders talking about people with burnout and not knowing how to handle it. And so that to me was very important. And then, of course, I think it became even more so when I experienced my own burnout and was able to use so many of the strategies and your expertise to kind of help pull me through that. So that's why I'm here so much.
Awesome. Marion.
I'm here for you, Sumana, and for David, and for Nicole. No, and I am, and I'm here for community. I think that the whole wellness summit has become beyond just an educational platform. It is a community of people that is so diverse. That's what keeps me coming back. I think it matters. I think what we're doing
Mhm.
hopefully is going to matter if we keep the momentum. So that's why I keep coming back.
Yes, community. It's a great segue to the next point I'm going to make, but I'm going to ask David the same question, and then I'll just kind of do a wrap up here.
Yeah, and Marion, you got to go first, but I definitely echo that. It's the community, it's the people that you've brought together, Sumana, that energize me, that bring me to the discussion, that bring me to the forefront to say, like, and reflect what I could bring to the table, and of course what I can gain, more importantly, from participating with everybody, certainly. And to me, organizational culture is so important, and when you have a good culture, you have less burnout, so it's all connected, and that's why I'm here. Simple,
I
short.
love it. Thank you so much. I am so grateful to all of you. This summit cannot be possible. If I were to just do it all alone, I would be struggling. So having all of you here, for me to take a little break, and just having you moderate and support and bring your community in is the only reason that we keep coming back. So when we talk about community, I also just let anybody watching know that the Workplace Wellness Summit Club membership is now available. If you just head over to our workplacewellnesssummit.club website there's a little member form. If you want to be part of a really inclusive community, a community where we're going to have more of these events, if you love some of our speakers who came, or all of our speakers who came, we might do more interactive one-on-one conversations with them privately, exclusive only to Summit members. So sign up and you will get also a recap of all of this conversation that we're having as well. I also want to thank Lemon from Heaven. Matt, you have done such a phenomenal job of really producing this entire summit so seamlessly. So huge round of applause to Matt in the background there. Thank you so much for all of your tech support and for helping everybody. Everybody had their audio working. I mean, how cool is that? I know last time we really suffered, so this has been super seamless. And finally, I also just thank all the audience. You guys have been great. I've loved your comments here on LinkedIn and on YouTube. How cool is that? I also have my TikTok sort of running on the side here. There's been people hopping in on TikTok and then following the link and coming over to YouTube. So that's been a little experiment that I've tried to get them to watch. So that's been fun. What's happening next? We don't know yet. We might come back again. We want to come back again. So if you are looking to sponsor the event, if you want to speak at the event, and you are invested in this brand that we've created, send any of us a DM. There's board members here. Marion's a board member. Nicole's a board member. David's a board member. You can message any of the board members, inquire about sponsorship, inquire about being the next speaker, and what our events and schedules are going to look like. Because like I said, learning is continuous and we want to keep coming back and help support you in your learning and your adventures. And of course, with all aspects of wellness, not just workplace wellness by itself, but every pillar that comes out of it. Like we learned today, financial wellness is a huge pillar that I didn't even think about until after I burnt out. And that's it. We are going to take a little wellness break. We'll meet you on Toucan at 2:30. The link to Toucan is on our landing page, workplacewellnesssummit.club. Matt, if you want to put that up again, we can just have a visual there. And that's it. Have yourself a wonderful day. Any last words, Marion, before we say bye?
No, I think it was amazing. Great day. And if you're not connected with all these people on LinkedIn,
Yes.
connect with us. Connect. That's how you build your community. That's how you network. Nicole, great job. See you guys later.
Thanks,
Bye,
everybody.
everyone.
Awesome event.
Bye.